Namaste programs, question mark. There we go. Don't know why. Microphone had decided to cut out. Music is way too loud again. So let's just get started and see if we can't get to the settings to turn the music back down. There was an update, so maybe that reset the settings. Either that or why it doesn't save between sessions. Anyway, why is it so loud? Right. Well, I stopped at a bad spot yesterday. Apparently, when I quit, it told me that I hadn't saved for 7 minutes. So that's because we need to finish this off again. Apparently, which is fine. We'll just redo what we did at the end of. Remember how you play? I know it's like yesterday. No, we're done, aren't we? Yep. Leave. All right. So we've got to deal with this Julian or Eugene, whatever his name is. Something flickers in the back of your mind. You stop. You have to stop to blink it away. It's a tightness behind your left eye, an aching point that refuses to move. And then the voice begins, hissing through the background noise of the rig systems, a new whine amongst the chorus of the life support and ventilation. Sleeper. The hiss brings Lane's sharp features to mind. I suppose you thought you had slipped by net. Hexport jumps into your mind, an image of the station immolating in white light, though you were not conscious to witness it. You are distant, his voice hisses into white noise, but you are not free of me yet. I'm coming, Sleeper, the hiss drops, and I will retake control of what is mine. The closer I come to you, the more you will feel it. Lane moves your finger to tap your forehead. In here. Until you cannot resist. A bright smile, pale eyes, a growing hiss that hurts. Then the hiss is gone, the rig suddenly quiet, the stinging tightness diffusing behind your eyes, but the fear remains. Sleeper, you good? Seraphine is there, floating by your berth. You were talking. I don't understand why the sound's so loud. Not making any difference. Weird. Lane is coming. Seraphine looks alarmed. You feel him, right? He looks away. We can use that. Stay ahead of him. He squeezes your shoulder. We can do this. We are fast and smart. We keep moving. We don't stay anywhere for long. And we find a way, he frowns, somehow. You nod. You do not know how Lane is able to reach into your mind like this. How he's able to speak to you, but you want so desperately for it to stop. You must find out what he has done to you before it's too late. You must stay ahead of Lane at all costs. Eugene has spent the journey back to the far spindle, avoiding Seraphine as best he can. It might be that he is afraid, but you get the feeling it's more likely that he has been making himself scarce out of the genuine sense of regret. Seraphine, however, doesn't see his behavior so favorably. Slimy shit won't even show his face, Seraphine complains loudly as he finalizes docking. Put us in a Spacer's Crew site with no care for anyone but himself. Enough, Seraphine. Seraphine turns to shoot you an irritated look, but as he does, you see his eyes jump to the door behind you. You hear a rustle of movement behind your head and turn to see Eugene in the cockpit's doorway, a rare, serious expression on his face. I owe you all an explanation. His voice is low and steady. Believe it or not, this was not my plan. Yeah, your plan was to find the loot in the wreck and split with it, wasn't it, big man? Seraphine glares at Eugene. No, Eugene gives him a tired look. It wasn't. Hear him out, Seraphine. Bliss cuts in from the back of the cockpit. Vesna has been searching for a ship. Eugene looks over your heads at the fast spindle. An infamous ship. Seemed like she already had a ship, Seraphine interrupts. That was part of the problem. Not a rig, Eugene looks down towards him. A fraction drive ship, an interstellar ship. That seems to shut Seraphine up, and you don't blame him. An interstellar ship here in the belt? That's tech from the core systems. No way. No, why didn't you say? I shouldn't even be telling you now, Eugene frowns. Word gets out that there's a factory fresh fraction ship somewhere in the belt. People kill for less, he shakes his head. Gangs kill for much less. You are telling me there's a fraction ship that no one has ever found that's been sitting here? Since when? Seraphin shakes his head. Since the collapse? Believe it or not, that's exactly it. Eugene looks to you. Vesna puts me on the trail. Vesna put me on the trail. She wanted me to find its location for repayment. He looks away. An old debt. But the moment I found the data that verified its existence, that confirmed the ship was out there. I couldn't give it to her, and that's when you found me. Why keep it from her? Eugene folds his arms. You may have met Vesna, but you don't know her. Eugene meets your eye. She's one of the last people in the belt who should have a ship like that. Well, no one has the ship now, even if it exists. Need I remind you that I wasn't there? Seraphin shrugs. Your data was a bust. That it wasn't there. No, Eugene shakes his head. It was there, once. Those wrecks, those were the ships that fought over the fraction ship, a bunch of Solheim corporates who wanted to get out of the system when it all came down. And that ship was their ticket. The Aphelion Path. Eugene looks out at the fast spindle. It was there, but someone moved it, hid it, long before we got there. Leave the belt? Sign me up. Eugene laughs. You and me both, Sleeper. Eugene inhales long and deep. I'm sorry, Sleeper. He looks at Bliss and Seraphin, and to you both as well. Wanted to keep this secret. I wanted to find the Aphelion Path, and I knew that, if I did, you would understand. Still, I was wrong to manipulate you. He bows his head. But I'm not done. He raises his head, his gaze hard now. I will find the ship, and I will leave the belt. How will you do that? Seraphin shoots him a sly look. With no ship of your own, and Vesna at your back? Eugene ignores him and moves closer to you. Sleeper, I will uphold our deal. I will serve on your crew, and when I have news of the Aphelion, you will know. That is what we agreed. Seraphin turns to you. I know, I always say it, but this time you have to listen, Sleeper. Seraphin gestures to Eugene. This guy is no good. I've known his type. Don't bring him. This can be your escape too, Sleeper. Eugene meets your eyes. Okay, you're in. Seraphin sighs, getting up from his seat. You've got a lot to prove. He passes close to Eugene as he leaves. You better get on with it. Eugene meets his eye, but says nothing. Once Seraphin is gone, he looks to you and nods. Thank you. He turns and leaves too. Quite the ragtag group we have here, Bliss nudges past you. I know you understand what a second chance means for you, Sleeper. They smile. But I'm glad to see you understand that others need the same. They slip out before you can respond. You stare out of the cockpit at the lights of the fast spindle. You hope Eugene understands his mistake, and you hope even harder that Vesna doesn't hold a grudge, even though you know for a fact that she does. You sigh. The bunks are going to need expanding at this rate. And that's where we left it yesterday. So we're on to new stuff. Sleeper. Cadet drifts from the shadows outside Bliss's bay, looking around nervously as she approaches. Seems like I'm going to need to call in that favor. Her face is pale and deathly serious. Are you okay? She doesn't seem to hear you, distracted by a group of spacers gliding noisily down the passage behind her. She waits until they pass. Someone hit strip line. No idea where Kamal is. A bunch of goons tearing the place apart as we speak. She screws up her face in pain. He even tried to grab me, but those muscle heads are slow. Wait, why? Remember that package I asked for your help with? The one that was bothering me? I remember you mentioning it. I reckon it's got something to do with it. The job was a bust, an express run all the way to the underhang, but when I got there, no one home. She's whispering now, leaning closer. Place was smashed up like someone got there first. Should have dumped the package and run, but I brought it back like a good girl, stashed it in a safe spot at stripline. Thought the sender might come to recover it, and when they didn't, well, I got curious, popped it open. She shakes her head. Stupid thing to do. Inside was a drive encrypted to hell and back. When I ran into you, well, I heard sleepers are good with data, with text, so I thought you might be able to take a look at it. She shrugs. Now stripline's trash too. Here's the thing, she glances around. Back when I popped it open, I noticed the drive had a dispatch marker, Hexport. Could it be connected to... Export getting atomized? Yeah, that's where I'm at too. This thing was sent out from there just before it got cooked. She pauses, and with the kind of attention I've been getting the past couple of cycles, continue. She slips a hand terminal from her bag, taps a couple of times, then holds it up to you. Cadet stares out at you from the screen, straight-faced and pale. Besides her picture, you see in block capitals, Spindlejack KD 754 in breach of fast spindle codes B12 plus F34. Reward for information leading to capture considered dangerous. Dickheads blasted it out on the transit channels. Every Spindlejack, hauler and freight character is going to be watching for me. She pulls back the hand terminal angrily, stuffing it away in her bag. Something's going on. Anyone who can help? She looks away. Spindlejacks don't make friends easily, and now all the couriers I do know are looking to turn me in for a payout. She snaps her head to the side, her eyes flashing with anger. Why do you think I'm here? It's time for that favor, sleeper. She meets your eye. My connections are burned. Hell, my whole career is gone. I need to fight back. If I walk away, there's nothing to walk away to. She softens a little. I need your help. What can I do? I need you to get the drive. She takes a breath. If they want it that much, then I can use it to buy my way out of this shit show. And I tucked it away somewhere safe, so my guess is they haven't got it yet. You'll just slip in, I'll give you the location and pull the thing out. She folds her arms. Should be simple. None of this is simple. Just snatch it and go. Don't overthink it. Look, this thing turns out to be worth something. You'll get your due. All I want is my life back. Drive is in the workshop. There's a loose panel behind the air bike rack. She leans in. It's taped to the back of the fuse box inside. I've got to keep heading down Spindle to the overhang, past the end of the transit tunnels. No one will wrap me out there. She glances around. I'll come find you when it's done. I've still got some network access. I'll know when you get in. She winks, offering no further explanation. My bike's locked up nearby. I'm gonna hop. She pauses. Do me this favor, then we are clear. Stay safe. Doing my best, sleeper. She gives you a mock salute. She slips back into the shadows, and a few moments later you hear the percussive pulse of an air bite accelerating away. You know at least what it's like to be on the run, to flee your life. To flee your life? Yeah, for your life? And in that you feel an empathy, a connection with Cadet. But from every other angle, this thing looks like bad news, the kind a sensible person would steer well clear from. And perhaps you would still wear clear. And perhaps you would still steer well clear if it wasn't for one detail that is stuck in your mind. The drive is from Hexport. Is all that enough to send you down to Stripline and search for that drive? Only time will tell. Only time will tell. Alright, starving. Alright, hang on. There's something I needed to do. What was it? I need to turn this off. Don't mind me, programs. I'll be right back. And that's this button over here. Close that. Sweet. Alright, where's our coffee? That's the important thing. Ah, sip of coffee, not bad, good size. So what's going on here? Lane is hunting you once again. His progress will be tracked by the hunt clock. If this is filled, he will catch up with you. It will increase once every cycle you spend in a hub. However, each time you travel, the hunt will reduce by 3. If you keep moving, you can stay one step ahead of Lane. Gotcha. Lane is back on your trail with a renewed intensity. As long as you keep moving, you won't have to face him again. Alright, so let's see. We need supplies. We need to figure out what to do with the raw scrap. I seem to remember there was a spot to do that. But first, we desperately need food. So let's try this. See if we get something. 1 whole energy. Wow. I think we'll do that again. And then, see, that would have been good the previous one. Thanks very much, game. We've got 3 glitches. Traveling scrap dealers. Scrappers will process your scrap in bulk, pay you for the offcuts, and return you the processed plate. It's not a bad deal. Okay. 1 processed scrap, 7 cryo. Ready for the exchange. Okay, and scrap components I don't think I need. I don't know where the exchange is. Alright, hang on. What are we doing here? Diagnose your frame, help cadet make repairs. Oh, it'll take components. Wait, no. Alright, let's do this. Main quest. That's the other one. Alright, so we're... Find a tech. How have I not found a tech? Oh, in Flotsam. Right, we don't need to do that just yet. That's a new another spot. Alright, so... Why are some components? I need 22 for components. Or... No. Not what I wanted. Let's see. Do I spend it? I guess I do. Crap. Components. Right, I did. Really? I get 1. Wasn't enough. Excitement. We've got 2 things here. We could actually do one of these. No dice damage on push reroll. Reroll random dice, but +1 rolled. Right, so this... Okay. I think I vaguely understand what it's trying to say there. So when it re-rolls, it'll get +1 added to it even. Yeah, I don't see why not. I don't see why not. Alright, well we ran out of components. We're up to help cadet then. Okay, so scope security. Risky, cut your way in. You know, I'm not an engineer, so the Rent of Thugs cadet mentioned a guarding strip line while they search for the drive. Better to scope them out before heading in. Or cut your way in. Strip line is nested amongst other units. Well, nah, not gonna happen, so we're gonna need to do that. There, boom. And that. Wait, there was some way of fixing dice. Where was it? Was it here? Repair bay. Workshop is empty. Bliss can only repair fully broken parts and not while on a contract. Alright, so it has to be fully broken before I can do anything. Yeesh. We're gonna need to make some money soon. I think we need money more than anything else. Alright, end cycle. Drink some coffee. So probably once we get to 3 it's worth finding... Wow, we're glitching everywhere, huh? What are these rolls, man? That's so bad. I think the best we're going to be able to do is this one. Yeah, at least it'll be neutral at worst. Okay, because this is just 80% chance, isn't it? Yep. And I don't... Well, what's the... Yeah, it'll probably give me stress and things like that. Let's see. Trade hall. Alright, that's where we get the supplies and fuel for cryo. Milk cakes, order a rack. Is this where you make money? I think it is. Is there anywhere else though? You can do a bar shift. Oh, let's not do that. This is bad. This is bad. So these are the two ways of making money. Is there not another one? Trade hall. Traveling residential block. Right, well, yeah, I haven't got anywhere near the needed requirements for that. This is where you get rid of these. Nice. Alright, so up here is where the money's being made. Okay, so we've got... like, what's the risk here? Guess we're gonna find out. It was neutral anyway. Got me some money. Alright, I guess we're gonna find out. Neutral. Alright, I guess we're gonna find out. I just want to know what negative would do. It gets rid of energy. Still gave me money though. So that's not too bad. That's not too bad. And we'll have to see what this one... not this one. These ones do if they're negative. Probably again, just energy. Right. Excellent. End cycle. Alright, quickly check what we can do here. So, let's see now. No. Alright, we'll just do our 5. So close. Do I risk it for the biscuit? Our glitch, we're gonna do that. Negative outcome. Good enough. Problem is, I assume to go to the other places I need fuel. I do. I haven't got enough fuel. I think we'd risk this. I hopefully will get some money from finishing this. Oh, nice. Straight up positive. Fuck yeah. Alright, you slide the loose panel away from the wall, letting it float there beside the airbike rack. Behind it in the dark, you see the blinking lights of the fuse box. Noise nearby draws your attention. It draws your attention, man. Don't make it draws it anymore. A noise nearby draws your attention for a moment. The scrape of a sliding door, maybe, or just some old system cycling in the walls. It took long enough to gain access to the Stripline Express bike garage and longer still to find a safe route to the airbike racks, but you are almost there. You have seen and heard the hired muscle searching and guarding this place, but have been lucky enough not to come face to face with them. Yet. You turn back to the darkness behind the panel. If what Cadet said is right, the drive is taped to the back of the fuse box in front of you. You reach through and around slowly, carefully, and your hand settles on something cold and metallic in the dark. It is taped firmly to the box. You pull at it, but it doesn't budge. A quiet rattle echoes from the dispatch office next door, and you freeze for a second. It seems Cadet was a little too enthusiastic with the tape. Tear it off, or peel the tape? I'll peel it. Positive outcome, minus stress. You close your eyes and feel for the seams of the tape. You peel it back swiftly and quietly, piece by piece, and the drive spins into your hand. Time to move. You slip the drive inside your coat and kick away from the wall, gliding back towards the maintenance corridor you entered from. You listen carefully as you do. You hear nothing but a satisfying silence. The cool darkness of the maintenance corridor is comforting as you tuck yourself inside and start carefully making your way to the back of the strip line. You shift through the maze of passages that brought you here, their doglegs and dead ends now familiar. Eventually you spot a thin slit of light ahead, marking the loose panel you leave it open to gain entrance. You take a deep breath, almost there. As you reach the gap you freeze, voices rumble from beyond, and peering through you see two figures in dark clothes searching the chaotic bay behind the strip line. Your eyes are drawn to the dark, boxy weapon one holds at their side. "Shit!" you hiss silently to yourself, your eyes searching for a pass-through. Wait for an opening. Positive minus stress. Oh, this stressful stealing that I'm doing is actually reduced 2 stress so far. You wait, silent and still, as the figures search. They split and drift across the bay. You take the chance, sliding open the panel and slipping behind the scrap and boxes at the edge of the room. Tucked into the shadows, you make your way to the far side of the bay and the public passage beyond. There is a hiss and the guttural chatter of a pressure valve as an air bike pulls up beside you in the passage. Cadet leans over and grabs the collar of your coat. Hop on. Dude, I've just done this clandestinely and you've arrived at the place to pick me up? In a moment, you're on the back of the air bike, clutching the strap of Cadet's bag as she guns it down the passage, the air resistance almost ripping you from the thin seat. You lean against her back and let out a sigh, the drive pressing into your ribs beneath your jacket. You did it. Still alive back there? Cadet's voice brings you back from the hypnotic rhythm of the tunnel lights rushing past the air bike. She slows the bike with a rapid series of hisses and you realize she has brought you back to the passage outside Bliss's Bay. You try to understand the route she took, a long loop through the branching transit tunnels of the station, but give up. You can let go now. She straightens up and you unhook your fingers from her bag strap, separating yourself from her back. You push off the bike gently and float in the passage beside her. "You're okay, look pretty rough back there," she smiles. "Appreciate you putting it all on the line for me." "It's all good." She nods. "You got the drive then?" You fish the drive out of your jacket and hand it over. "That's the one." She squints at it. "Should have chucked it when I had the chance." You get your first good look at it and there's not much to see. A small lump of solid state memory with a few markers on the case. You spot a yellow hex amongst them. Hexport. "What now?" She... Testing. I thought I bumped my mic and it wasn't working. She winks, slides the bag around her shoulder to the front and slots the drive neatly into a pocket. "I know someone in the scatter yards who can crack anything. She'd be my first port of call to crack this thing open." She stretches her shoulders. "And I should make myself scarce from the spindle anyway, before those dickheads catch up with me. Come with us. Appreciate the offer, but I think it's best if we go our separate ways for now. 2 targets are harder to track than 1. She cycles the pressure valve on the bike impatiently. Cadet leans away from her bike, squinting out of the viewing window at your ship behind. "That yours?" She doesn't wait for an answer. "If I'm not mistaken, that old thing is going to struggle to reach the scatter yards, unless you've added a HasNav suite." "HasNav?" "Yeah, belt between here and scatter yards is drowning in debris. Worse since Hexport." Dude, how many S's are in that sentence? "You'll need hazard navigation to make the crossing safely. Lotic Syndicate created the tech to help their tankers cross the belt. Common knowledge." Cadet nods at your ship. "Maybe if you head up to Wellspring, you can barter or steal a suite," she adds casually. "Here." Cadet unties a bag lashed to her bike frame and holds it out to you. "Not enough here for a refit, but maybe you'll find some use for them." You take the bag and something clinks inside of it as you do. You open it to see a couple of engine components. "Was going to use them to boost her." She taps the frame of the air bike. "But you deserve them." She meets your eye, then looks away. "Not like I'll be doing any runs for a while anyway." "Thanks." "It's nothing. Like I said, you deserve them." She flexes her fingers on the bike's handles, eager to be away. Cadet's air bike stutters and purrs, trembling in the air like an arrow ready to be loosed. "See you around." She winks and guns the throttle, zipping off down the passage with a pulse of air that ripples through your clothes. You stare after her as she goes, the bag of components still hanging from your hand. You realize as you look down the passage that you never asked how Cadet plans to get to the scatter yards. That question, like a score of others, will have to wait until you run into her next, although you have a feeling she will find a way to slip away before you can ask them next time too. You head back towards your ship to stow the components, idly wondering if you could justify buying an air bike to Seraphim as you do so. No, we've got no money. +1 upgrade points. We've got no money, motherfucker. Acquire some components. So what did she give me? Engine components. Ready for the exchange. Trade hall? No. We still need fuel. Like, urgently need fuel. Wait, how much do I need for one fuel? Okay, interesting. Alright, questions. Investigate export. I think we're gonna need to do this next. So how much do I need to get Flotsam? I need 4. Wait, oh, and there's this as well. Well, maybe we can do this. Alright, hang on. Alright, cool. So, no, we'd need supplies for that. Yeah, we'll come back and do that, I think, eventually. I need 4 fuel. Done. And I guess a quick bit of this. Oh, that's the rig. Gotcha. Guess we don't need cryo. We need fuel. It all matches up in the end, I guess. I need supplies as well for the mission. Yeah. I don't know that I need supplies to go here, so let's go to Flotsam. Beautiful. Go on somewhere new. A whole new world. It's hard to tell where Flotsam ends and the ships parked at its many docking bridges begin. As Seraphim docks with the station, you realise that the rig now looks like just another piece of accumulated technology, one more bit of driftwood added to the raft. I love this place, Seraphim smiles as he shuts down the engines. You never know what you'll find. You've been here before? Yeah, back when I first came to the belt, the crew I signed on with used to run salvage jobs out of here. Fun place to spend your wages. You see Bliss eyeing the station with what looks like both horror and fascination. You see the seals, they point out some twisted assemblage of ship parts, total cowboy worlds, they could pop at any moment. Seraphim waves away their concerns. Oh, that's just the outer layer. I heard there's 6 or 7 in all, so if one fails, it's no problem. He stretches and turns to you. You've got to taste some of the stuff they grow in old Takahe. He kisses his fingers. That's the good shit. What isn't good shit is water. Here we go. Beautiful. Oh, great, Bliss sighs. So many layers of redundancy and fallbacks that you have no hope of isolating a leak and fixing it. They rap on the wall of the rig. Sounds like a ship I know. Defend the rig. Seraphim joins in, the two of you shoulder to shoulder. She got you out of here, didn't she? She got you out of here. Out of here where? We're somewhere else. He shrugs at Bliss. No sense of gratitude. I was joking. Bliss looks a little hurt and drifts out of the cockpit, shaking their head. You go to follow, but Seraphim puts her hand on your shoulder. Sleeper, he looks suddenly serious. Remember what I said about getting checked out? There are artificers all over this place. It'll take a bit of searching, but we need to know what's going on with you. He meets your eye. And that's why we're here. Good, Seraphim nods. Let me know what they say. I'm gonna go see if any of my old haunts are still open. He drifts out of the cockpit with a mock salute. Catch you later. So many mock salutes. You are left alone in the cockpit with a view of Flotsam's chaotic structure. You look over the multicolour plating. It does, you admit, have a certain charm. Cool, brother. Cool. Really, we've got one thing to look at. Okay. You know what? Fuel is the main thing. We can't be getting short of fuel. Alright, we've got Explore Flotsam. A ramshackle assemblage of decommissioned ships and wrecks. To call Flotsam labyrinthine is a serious understatement. Or analyze structure. Flotsam is made from maybe hundreds of ships gathered and modified over time. A good engineer might be able to identify them. Learning from the chaotic structure of the Flotsam from corridor to ship and back again takes time. Okay, well, let's start with some 5s. Sure. New location discovered. The narrow escape. Crashed ship turned bar. Make recovery contract. The narrow escape's barman Botan has a tip about a recovery contract. For a few chits he'll give you the coordinates. I don't have the supplies or the fuel for anything like that right now. Is this what I'll get? Buy a meal. 15. Dude, that's so expensive. Alright. Well, we continue exploring. New location discovered. New location. Ferris tanker. Visiting fuel freighter. Alright, this is where you buy fuel and scrap components if you need them. Yeah, well, at least I know where to get fuel if I need fuel. Well, when I need fuel, really. New location. Old tanker. Work the hydroponics. Old Takahe is the oldest ship in Flotsam and now serves as a huge hydroponic farm, keeping the station alive. Shifts are always available. And this is where you buy supplies. I think we try and get some money. You still get 8 cryo with no net. Okay, that's not too bad. Oh, and really, it's one of the ones I don't have that I'm bad at. Sag. Yeah, might as well. I kind of need the money. All right. Although now I need food. At 15, I would assume it gives me 4, so we'll buy it tomorrow. Oh wait, there's a kitchen here. I keep forgetting. Oh, that we need supplies for that. Heat. Right, so that reduces stress. I'd forgotten about that. All right, end cycle. Okay, so let's buy some food. It's so expensive. That gives 4 at least. Okay, cool. Now we're nice and healthy. We need to try and finish this off. Do I take the risk? No, we'll just go full positive. That'll finish it off. Nice. Chaos of Flotsam intrigues you. Passage to passage, it is the most incoherent place you've ever visited. Plating, cladding, and cushioning of all kinds of conditions hides a forest of wires and ducts, interfacing in ways their manufacturers would never dream possible. Rooms of crushed cargo bays, flipped bridges, and eviscerated engine rooms. patchwork corridors are lumpen with messy worlds bending worryingly along their length. It is, to put it nicely, a total mess. It's not that you don't like it, but finding an artificer among this chaos has been more than a little challenging. This cycle, searching these winding passages once more, seeing only scrap merchants and junk shops, you have begun to wonder if Seraphim had any idea what he was talking about when he advised you to come here. A sleeper, the voice cuts through the pungent air. Well, I never. Jean me, strange artificer. You glance in the voice's direction, and you find yourself looking at a small booth piled with tech. Behind a fogged and scratched plastic screen is a meticulously arranged counter, the only clear spot in sight. At it, an older man with wet and wandering eyes sits nearby. Approach the booth. Jean-Mi tilts his head. I didn't mean to be rude, please, and he bows a little. That's okay. He smiles warmly, almost bowing again. I need a Vicks lolly of the last one. Bear with me, programs. Oh, they're strong. He smiles warmly, almost bowing again, his hunched shoulders accentuating the movement. How? He pauses, taking care with his speech now. How are you feeling, sleeper? He beckons you a little closer. I'm Jean-Michel, though, please, to you, Jean-Mi. I work with machines. He sweeps a hand above his counter where you see configurations of tiny parts. Mostly small ones, he smiles. I'm not great. Of course, he chops with his hand to indicate a stool with a leg bar, meant for perching beside his counter, and such is the clarity and persuasiveness of his movement that you obligingly sit. Your presence is a rare honor here, he smiles and looks down into his lap. I'm sorry if I make you uncomfortable. I am just very pleased to see you. Can I help you with something? I was more imagining I could help you. I can see your journey to me has not been easy, he says with genuine concern. You track his eyes across your body, noticing the scuff marks on your thick, vinyl-like skin, the replaced and broken parts of your body, the marks of violence. You pull your jacket a little tighter. Jean-Mi folds his hands one over the other and places them on the counter. I do not know what your experiences have been, but I want to assure you that I see you as a person, a being, a soul, shall we say, as valid as any other. You look at Jean-Mi, his own age and wear also evidence, a life of precise and careful work shaping his body into a reflection of his process. You note his unconfident way of speaking, which betrays a certain loneliness, a lack of practice. It is his turn to feel observed. I understand. You are kind. The frankness of the remark takes you by surprise. He looks down at his counter and begins to take apart a tiny piece of machinery that sits there. Many years ago, when I began my apprenticeship, I would find that whenever I saw something that, how to say, was not working well, I was fixated on it and its repair. He tinkers with the parts, twisting them precisely. Of course, the belt is filled with this kind of dysfunctional detail. And so I was busy for many years with these small fixings, he smiles in reminiscence. But now I find that when I am interested in a thing that is not working as it should, he sharply twists one of the parts between his fingers, it is because it might have some quality not yet foreseen or discovered. He releases the altered object into the air where it balletically twists in a hypnotic display, like a spinning top whose movements are totally unpredictable. Jean-Mi smiles at you watching his hypnotic toy. I can see that you're in a process of becoming, sleeper. He catches the spinning toy between a finger and thumb. Let me aid you in this. What do you mean? Jean-Mi's precise hands drop to a device around his neck. He deftly pulls a pair of goggles up to his face, masking his wet eyes. Hold still, sleeper. Something flickers inside the goggles, their face blank. Jean-Mi's hands play across buttons and switches on the exterior. Tuning, focusing. Let him work. When the goggles are finally lowered, they reveal a look of concern on Jean-Mi's face. I think you better come inside. He kicks off from his desk and disappears. A moment later you hear a rattle on a small bulkhead door beside the booth that you had assumed was rusted shut creaks up. You hear a rattle, comma, and a small bulkhead door beside the booth that you had assumed was rusted shut creaks open. Jean-Mi beckons you inside. Jean-Mi's workshop is even more cramped than you expected. As you enter, you are surrounded on all sides with netting holding bundles and bundles of terminals, servers, drives and cables. At its center, a padded seat and a set of articulated arms mounted with sensors and tools fill the space. "The seat, please," Jean-Mi gestures at it with a polite smile. "Sit." You tentatively settle on the seat, slipping your arms and feet into the straps meant to keep you from floating out of it in 0G. Jean-Mi floats beside you. He looks across your body. "There is damage here, I see that. We will get to that. But I see something else here as well. This is why you came." He looks at you solemnly. "What are you talking about?" "Please, Sleeper, let us be frank with each other." "Oh, I have never met a Sleeper. I have studied them. I was lucky to acquire some materials from SNARP some time ago, in the interests of my own endeavours." He begins arranging a series of sensors around you on articulated arms. "You are pleasingly distinct from those materials." His eyes flash with excitement. "Am I right in thinking you have been modified?" "I rebooted myself." "Yes, I see that your dependency on stabilizer, on the immune recoding portion of its makeup at least, has been broken." He gives you a precise look. "But that is not all. You are physically modified, not externally but internally." He carefully positions the final sensor. "The tracker is disabled, which makes it impossible for SNUP to find you. Congratulations," he smiles broadly. "But this is not all. You have been modified, yes, but you're also being modified as we speak." You feel a strange claustrophobia at Jean-Mi's statement. "Modified? Seraphim rebooted your system, ran the recoding protocol, but that shouldn't have physically changed you. It only removed your planned obsolescence." "How?" Jean-Mi goes to a terminal and flicks a switch. Through the back of the translucent screen, you see a nodal web in the vague shape of a sitting body, your body. These changes appear to be complex, subtle, but consistent. Jean-Mi goes silent as he taps at the terminal, the representation of your body rotating and unfolding in unsettling motions. "What changes?" "See here," he points at a flickering representation of your spine, tracing a line towards your head. "Your nervous system is growing additional nodal points here and here. Meanwhile, your emulation interface is growing an umbilical access port, though towards what end I am unsure." You instinctively reach back and touch the base of your head. As you do, the scan flickers and screeches with noise. You feel for something there growing under your thick vinyl skin. Can you feel a lump, or is that just your imagination? You pick at it. Jean-Mi sighs and shuts off the terminal. The changes are partial and, in all honesty, he gestures sharply at the sensors. The resolution is too poor. "I need to run a full diagnostic, but for that I would need..." He drifts over to another terminal and brings up screens and screens of text and diagrams. "Yes, some kind of medium to hold your suspended emulation. The access jack I can build myself, but we will need to bridge your emulation." Jean-Mi speaks quietly, almost to himself. "A ship mind would be ideal for this. Would have to be high capacity, a prime ship mind, Solheim in origin. Perhaps Helium Gate might hold records of any that were in the system." He taps at the terminal. Jean-Mi turns back to you. "Yes, the prime ship mind is essential if you wish further investigations to be done. I will need this above all." He thumbs the terminal off. "I'm sorry to say, Sleeper." "Can't you tell me more?" "Accurately, no." He meshes his fingers in front of his chest. "It is clear that a process has begun, but has yet to complete." Jean-Mi busies himself with taking down the sensors and folding away the articulated arms. As he does, you try to calm yourself. You feel as if you have worms under your skin, and it takes all of your focus not to pick at its seams. Jean-Mi suddenly but gently places a hand on yours. "Please, remain calm." He puts a carefully restored rare component in your hand. "This can help." You. Jean-Mi waits for you to fall still. Then he leans back a little, reliving some of the strange intimacy of the moment. "For now, our work is concluded." You know what? I've had a thought. I would like to update thumbnails per stream. So let's see. Let's grab this guy. And save that somewhere. No. Save. Thumbnails. What's the name of this game? Citizen Sleeper. There it is. Save. Boom. For now, our work is concluded. He meshes his fingers again and bows with a small head bob. But you are welcome anytime. Thank you. Of course. His manner seems to have returned to something more businesslike, a humble man who knows his customers' needs. You get up from the seat, a little dazed, and push away into the passage. Safe travels, sleeper, Jean-Mi says quietly, placing the promised list in your hand as he lets you back into the station. You leave dazed, unsure of how you feel about the insistence of this man's particular kindness. But most of all, haunted by the idea of the unseen processes that are running within you. Part of you does not wish to know anything further, to leave this place and never look back. And another is desperate to immediately retrieve every object on this list so that you may know what strangeness is happening within you. For now, you must steady yourself and find a way to continue. Seraphine comes to find you in your bunk. After Jean-Mi's assessment, you find yourself drifting back to the rig, in need of the familiarity and comfort of your own ship. Sleeper, he drifts in. You found an artificer? He hovers by the door, looking concerned. Explain. You tell him about Jean-Mi, how he offered you repairs and ran an assessment of your frame. You describe the cramped booth, the articulated arms, the strangeness of seeing your own body anatomized upon the terminal screen. Then you tell him that your body is changing, growing in ways Jean-Mi cannot identify. But some process has been started and you do not know where it will end. You mention umbilical ports and nodal points, trying your best to remember the details of the things Jean-Mi asked you to retrieve. Seraphine grows pale and silent. He shakes his head when you stop talking. Lane, he frowns. That piece of shit has to be behind this. Perhaps. For sure. Seraphine looks stubbornly at the floor. We'll get what you need. We'll find that ship mine, he nods. A bit of work here and there and we can make it to Hillian Gate and wherever else. I need another screenshot. Grab this guy. Save to the same spot. Nice. What about your stuff? We'll do that too, he thumps the wall. We're free, sleeper. No one can stop us. Just say the word, okay? Okay? He goes quiet. Don't give up on yourself just yet, he smiles. Get up and get back to it. And with that, he turns and kicks off down the corridor, disappearing from sight. You wait a little while staring at the stained ceiling of the bunks, letting the thoughts settle in your mind. And then, when you are ready, you get up and leave. Dazed, but with a stony determination growing in your chest. Dazed. Diagnose your frame. Locate a ship at Helion Gate. Flotsam. What's going on here? Jean-Mi's booth. So he's waiting for a prime ship mind. Interrogator's officers. Flotsam needs constant work to keep it sealed. Okay, so that would give money. Engine components. Really? Is this just money? How do I get to Helion Gate? Down there. Okay. I need 8 fuel, which I don't have. Okay. All right. So, let's see. Work the hydroponics. We've got a bunch of 2s. So let's try. No, wait. I'm not good at this. This one. So this one. That's a plus, and that's a plus. See what happens. Neutral gives me 8 cryo. Not bad. What about this one? Neutral gives me 8 cryo. I think money is the key at the moment. Okay. So, and negative is just lose energy. Okay, that's not bad. So basically we need 8 fuel. We've got 49. Where's the fuel ship? So 10 fuel was 60. Alright, so we need 60. We need to... Full fuel wouldn't go astray. Anyway, it's time for a break. At break time, I'll be back in 3 to 5 minutes. See you then. Alright, we're back. I did a new thumbnail very quickly. Very quickly, very badly. Alright, what were we doing? Where are we? Why are we? How? And more importantly, when? So, we need 60. Alright. I guess we'll just go straight to the next cycle. Alright. So, there's nothing else we can do here. Let's see what this gives me. No, yeah, again, same story. I don't have what's required. I think we just go full speed ahead until we've got 60. Got some raw scrap from that as well. What would this give you then? Do that then. It also gets, so these two are just exactly the same. What's the point? We have 65. Okay. Oh, I got some fuel overnight as well, so we saved some money. Alright, so we've got full fuel. Do we need to just use up what we've got here? I think so. In which case, we will just do all this. Okay. Absolute scum bucketry. Alright, well we're gonna need to buy some food now. Excellent. I'm just gonna risk it again. 3 in a row. 25% 3 in a row. Really? Really, game? Now, I'm not saying you know, it's rigged, but I am so unlucky. This happened the first game as well. It was just ridiculous. It's just ridiculous how bad my luck is. I don't believe it. It's not true. It's deliberately doing it. They've got it in for me. Alright, let's go to Helion Gate. Built. Helion Gate. Beautiful. New location discovered. Helion Gate hangs over the rig. Its corroded arches resemble the discoloured vertebra of some vast, long-dead serpent. You're losing shit here as well. That's one big ugly pile of scrap. Seraphim whistles from the pilot seat. Solheim didn't like to build them small. It's kind of beautiful. Sure, Seraphim waves his hand at the gate, in that morbid kind of way that dead. The barest thought of looking in the general direction of touching my microphone cord causes it to cut out. God dang. Gotta be big if you want to fit every ship that visits the system through it. Bliss cuts in from the back of the cockpit. Impressive, really, building something so massive out here. Solheim liked to impress visitors, sure. Seraphim leans forward, looking for the best place to enter the structure. They also like to scan entire ships and impound those that didn't enter through the gate. Seraphim catches your eye, looking for some agreement. Not the most admirable qualities. Solheim was a curse on this system. Seraphim nods. Better off without him, that's for sure. I agree, but without them this system would just be 2 gas giants and a load of rocks. No harm in recognizing it. You look out of the cockpit towards the gate. Its layers of systems and rooms slowly opening into the void, peeling away cycle after cycle to reveal the bones beneath. This is where Jean-Mi mentioned you might be able to find the location of a ship with a prime ship mind among the old shipping manifests and Solheim records. You look over the towering structure of the gate. This is going to take some work. Suddenly, a flash high up on the gate catches your eye. A light turning on and off again for a moment. You lose track of it. Is this place inhabited? Seraphim raises an eyebrow. I doubt it, he winks and smiles. You're hoping for a station-side bar? I have a feeling you'll be disappointed unless we find an executive's old liquor cabinet. Bliss pats you on the shoulder and drifts out of the cockpit. Time to see what secrets the gate has left. Is this still the same? 3 per travel, 1 per hub? Yes, yes. Customs Hall, abandoned Solheim checkpoint. Explore the corridors. Scan the hall. Sure. Solheim records. Power up the archive. Not likely. Extract the records. Let's do that. How are we going to get fuel to get out of here? Jesus, that's a lot. I think we just have to go for it all. Have I been... I've got no supplies. I've got no way of getting fuel. That's 4 away. That's 6 away. Meep, meep. Well, I may have made a serious error here. Just gonna have to dump everything into this and pray. Well, neutral's better than nothing. Take it. Hey, and even a positive. My God, sometimes there is RNGesus. Alright, end cycle. Just hope for fuel. Got nothing. Like, literally nothing. This should be, quite frankly, guaranteed. Should be guaranteed. Okay, well, we continue. We got some good dye. I'll take it. Oh. In the dark and airless void of the archives, something flickers. You have been working in the dark, picking through the guts of corroded machines, skimming the data in their corrupt memories, digging through a graveyard in search of ghosts. But now, with another flicker, the place begins to come back to life. All along the rows of benches, some of them crushed by falling ceiling panels, terminals begin to flicker into uneasy life. A cacophony of distorted sounds accompany the machines as some of them immediately glitch and spark. Did you do this? You stand frozen as the archive glitters around you with a million shipping entries. The stream of information is overwhelming, node graphs drawing out routes and inventories, tracing a web around you in pale cyan. Suddenly, they all shut off, the terminals blinking out together, leaving a single translucent screen glowing softly in the dim room. And in that dim room, drifting towards you out of the dark, you see a figure. Is this what you were looking for? The voice crackles aggressively through your suit's local comms. Who are you? Junie. Sleeper, is that you? You hear Junie's voice now, tense and unsure. She stops beside the single online terminal, her suited form lit in pale light. Junie? You hear the smile in her voice. Good to see you again, she pauses and glances around, though the venue is a little unexpected. What are you doing here? I'm searching these archives too, although slightly less forcefully than you. I did have this whole speech prepared for whatever salvager was ripping through these archives so messily, not to mention aggressively, but now that I know it was you, well, I'm just glad to see you. Although you really need to be more careful. You could have taken the entire archive down the way you were working with it. These machines are decades old, you can't just rifle through them like they were a scrap pile. I saw the pattern of your queries. A prime ship mine equipped ship, still operational at the collapse, last located in the region around Helion Gate. You can feel how pleased she is with herself from here. That about right? Sure. She sighs. Don't be a spoilsport. That's why I did all the hard work for you. Junie beckons you over to the lone lit-up terminal. You drift over and see a single point, a faded transit trail beside it, sunward from the Helion Gate. Something like this, maybe. She smiles and steps aside so you can see the screen. You check the info pane beside the map. Ship mined in use, abandoned by all hands after the collapse, tantalizingly in reach. What can I say? Try thank you, Junie. But Junie turns, and in the glow of the terminal meets your eye with complete seriousness. The question is, do you have it in ya to make it epic? The question is, what do you want it for? Explain about your body. You tell her what Jean-Mi told you about your shifting body transformed by some unknown influence, about the need for a prime ship mind to house your emulated mind while he runs a diagnostic process. She is silent for a moment, unsure how to respond. I'm sorry, Sleeper, but I think I can help you. I want to come with you. Junie gives you a strong look. Do you know how often someone gets out to one of those old Solheim wrecks? They are more trouble than they are worth, but contained inside there is an entire history to uncover. I need that ship mind, and you are welcome to it. She pauses. I promise to help you get where you need and not to get in your way. I know I can't force you or trick you into taking me. That's why I wanted to offer you this instead. She indicates the terminal, still showing the ship's final resting place. I hope that maybe if I helped you find what you needed, it would show you I can be trusted. I trust you. She smiles. Thank you for saying so, even though you blew up Hexport. I'll send the coordinates to your ship, and I'll be hanging around the gate until you are ready to leave. She shifts in front of the terminal and plugs in her deck, tapping away at rapid speed. If you need to go get supplies from the spindle or anything else, fine. She folds her arms. I'll wait. But if you go on this job without me, I'll get the message. She shrugs. You won't see me again. With that, you leave her in the archive, extracting data as you ascend back to Helion Gate's upper levels. Local crew available. New contract on map. Yep, well, I don't have the fuel, I don't have any supplies. So, question mark, how am I supposed to get back to ye olde wherever? I guess we're just going to have to do this for now. Boom. New location. Fuel. Scavenge fuel. Not good. Don't have endure skill. Okay, 25% negative. Negative. How neutral will do? 1 in 4, bad, bad, always bad, never good. The rubbish. Seized cargo. Also endure. Okay. It's a bad day to be an operator. Yeah. I got 1 fuel, I need 1 more, isn't it? Get back to spindle, yep. We've done that one. Within the gate. New location. Gate structure, internal workings. Put away scrap. Gate networks collapsed long ago, but there's data to be found in the old terminals and data. I want fuel. I don't care about any of this shit. I'm gonna have to try one of these. +3 fuel. Well, there you go. Can't complain about that, I suppose. And that'd be supplies for food. I don't care. We just head back to Spindle. We need to re-up everything. We need supplies. We need fuel. Sleeper, Seraphim catches your attention as you go to leave the ship. Can I have a minute? Of course. Seraphim ducks into a maintenance passage and waits for you to follow. In the narrow passage, framed by loose wires and thick conduits, Seraphim looks suddenly small, trapped. He looks at an open circuitry panel as he speaks, avoiding your gaze. You see he's playing with a coin in his hand, nervously spinning it in the air. Since we cleared Hexport, I've been putting feelers out for something. He rubs his hands nervously. I've been in the belt a long time and I came here alone, but back on Darkside, just before we made a break for it, I heard something. I heard someone was looking for me. He pauses, trying to organize his thought. Who's after you? I also heard something else. They said the person looking for me claimed to be my sister. He waits for your reaction. You have a sister? I did, yeah, or I do, he shakes his head, but I don't even know if it's really her. Just because someone says they're my sister, well, I can't be sure. Thing is, I haven't seen my sister in a long time. I was still a kid when I left, so was she, though I don't think she would have liked to admit that at the time. He smiles to himself. I know you don't remember how it was, back in Darkside I mean, he sighs, but we were alone, you and me. Lane didn't let us out much just to work, and that was all. So when I overheard one of his guys mention someone was sniffing around trying to find me, I didn't know what to think. He frowns, and then, hearing it could have been my sister, he goes quiet. You try to recall that time, the cycle spent under Lane's influence, working for him in exchange for stabilizer. You close your eyes, focus, but the details flicker, the images collapse and reform. Has Seraphim told you this before? Was this all part of your plan? You wanted to go find her. Yes, he shrugs. It changed things for me, the thought that she could be out there. Don't get me wrong, I wanted to get you out of there too. He pauses, and you sense he is finding this difficult. I know it doesn't matter now, but I told you about her back then, before. I'm sorry. Hang on. I'm sorry, I don't remember. You don't remember? The day bison graced your village. It's okay, Sleeper, I understand. Since we got away, since Hexport, I've been asking around, speaking to spacers, traders, and like I said, something has finally come up. It seems whoever was trailing me left Darkside pretty soon after Utsuba caught wind of her sniffing around. I doubt they made her feel very welcome, but I managed to get a name. The name she gave me, Luz, wasn't my sister's, but that doesn't mean much. It gave me something to follow. She bounced around the wash for a little. Fast spindle flotsam, not sure why. He squints at a loose wire. The last thing she did was book passage to Wellspring on a Lotic freighter. That's it. I could have helped. I wanted something concrete, something clear. You want to help? Now's your chance. I want to go to Wellspring, Sleeper, to know if it's really her, and if it isn't, to settle what needs settling. Let's do it. Thank you, Sleeper. He meets your eye. I will admit that it has been strange, reminding myself that everything we talked about back on Darkside, everything we did, is lost now. He smiles, but I'm glad to see you're still you, whatever that means. Me too. He nods. Anyway, better get back to it. Seraphim squeezes past you in the corridor and glides back towards the engine room. You watch him go, wondering if your past together can ever be reclaimed. Your mind wanders to thoughts of Seraphim's sister. For a moment you wonder what it is like to have a family, and if you will ever know. Saj, new drive available. A new drive. Alright, major. Still haven't acquired some components. That's just sort of along the way. Along the way, yeah. Need some water. We need to put some water in the cup. If there's no water in the cup, you can't drink some water. Otherwise, you're just drinking air. All this reading. Been a while. It's been a while. Okay, so I'd really like to get full cargo and full fuel, and I guess where are the scatter yards? These are, oh no, this is Malik. Maybe we should do this while we can. Maybe. Maybe. Where is supplies? I need 75 for full supplies. That is ridiculous. I guess we're working. I guess we're working for as many cycles as we can. This one was no good. Wait. What's a guaranteed one here? +8. And a guaranteed one here. +13. Yeah, that's much better. It's money we need. We don't really need to move on that gambler thing. Yeah, that's 13 as well. I desperately need food. I forgot. Good thing I've still got some stuff here. We've impressed Nemba. Sleeper, Nemba wants to see you. You nod to the other volunteers as you wipe off your hands and clip your cutlery to the magnetic rack. You drift out of the improvised canteen on your way to the kitchen in the back. It was a busy shift, and each shift seems busier than the last. That makes sense, of course. You've seen the steady flow of refugees arriving from the inner system, and most of them, with barely a chit to their name, end up in the underhang. As you cross into the kitchen, you can still hear the rumble of the refugees' conversations through the hatch. The other chef leads you past the rehydrators and the hand-built centrifugal oven to a small office unit at the back of the kitchen. They knock on the door for you, then glide away to finish their own meal, leaving you to wait by it. You look around the small but carefully arranged kitchen as you wait. Your shifts here having left you familiar with the mix of improvised and salvaged equipment, some of which you had never seen before you came here. Nemba, precise humanitarian chef. Come in, Sleeper. Nemba is perched at a desk uplit by a small transparent terminal screen, reading glasses perched on the end of his nose. You've seen Nemba before, but not as much as you'd imagine you would while working at a place called Nemba's Kitchen. Even though there isn't a proper sign out front, everyone in the underhang knows its name. The man himself is more of a mystery. Apart from the occasional barked order in the busy kitchen, he is little more than a blur to you. Why do you work here? He barely looks up from his terminal screen, the scrolling text reflected in his lens. The food is good. Nemba stops scrolling the screen and looks over his glasses at you. You do well here, Sleeper. You are fast, precise, you're doing good work. He goes back to scrolling. Thanks. Nemba lifts a hand in response. That's my worry, Sleeper. Good workers like you, they move on fast. He leans back and looks at you. 10 cycles, maybe more, maybe less, and then they are gone. And the team? The team gets used to having them here, gets used to working at that pace, then suddenly they have to work differently. They have to pick up the slack, change jobs, change stations, and a few of them think, well, maybe it's my time to move on too. So what I've found is good workers are trouble, especially those who come and go, like you. He pauses, watching you. Let him speak. This place, it runs on consistency, Sleeper. Those that turn up every cycle, good or bad, they get the people fed. He takes off his reading glasses, inspecting them for smudges. Let's be honest, that ain't you. So let's cut to it. I can't use you in the kitchen anymore. You're done. He shrugs. Sorry. What a ridiculous reason to be fired. But this place also runs on all those machines out there, on the suppliers I can rope in, the donations. Feeding refugees from the inner system is logistics as much as it is chefing. Oh, chefing? Chefing? I've never no one's ever said the word chefing, Nemba. He shakes his head, which is why I'm cooped up in the back. So, maybe you're gone, I never see you again. Okay, thanks for coming, we'll soldier on without you. But maybe you still want to be useful. Maybe I heard you have a ship, he smiles at you. Yeah, maybe I heard you chatting. And maybe I have a little something held up in a place only a ship like yours can reach. I negotiated the purchase of some valuable inner system spores from a group that came from there. But they somehow ended up at the depot in Greenbelt. Nemba sighs. So if you head to the Greenbelt and you find the delivery and you bring it back, well, Nemba looks at you pointedly. That would be helping. That would be the kind of helping a good worker, even an inconsistent worker, might be able to offer me. Nemba squints at you. Seems like the kind of thing that someone genuine, someone who wants to help for real, might do, don't you think? He doesn't wait for your reply. But it also seems like the kind of thing that might sit on a list of priorities for so long it disappears and never gets done. I've seen that happen too. I guess we'll find out which it is. He definitely places his reading glasses back on his face, continues to scroll the screen on his terminal. You know the way out, sleeper. You turn in the doorway, slightly taken aback, and it slides shut behind you. You glide out through the kitchen, through the improvised canteen and the people eating and chatting there, and into the cold underhang passageway beyond. All the time considering what you might do next, and recalling that persuasive glint in Nimber's eyes. Absolute bullshit. So I can't eat here anymore? No, I have to deliver spores. No, that was my food place. Okay. This is not my kind of thing. Here's where you get scrap. I've got raw scrap. Let's do some raw scrap. Gives me some money, which is good. We're up to 73. Let's see. I need 75. Help Nimber. So where's the green belt? That's this. That's Wellspring. That's the green belt. So, yeah, alright. So I can't do any of that until... How do I get the... Where are the scatter yards again? I don't get to them either. Right. So, I don't understand how I'm... Scatter yards, but I've got it in a radiated zone. She did say something about it, but I don't remember what it was. I guess at some point I'm going to get a, whatever this is, hex something or other. Used to say something about hex nav needed or something. Alright, we've got 1 dot for what? We have to start spending money for food now. Alright, we've got enough money for supplies now. Alright, cool. Now we need fuel. How much fuel do we need? No, I need 1 more fuel. I haven't got the money for it, I don't think. Oh, I do. Let's just do it. Hey, we can actually do this then. That'll give us 250 cryo, which would not go astray, if it's even possible to achieve. -3 the hunt. Oh. Then, you know what, I feel like you really want to use up 2 or 3 of the things before you travel, just to maximize what you're getting from each place. Scavenge fuel, yep, let's go. Only problem is the food. So 75 divided by 5 is 15. It's costing 15 for, well, food possibly. No, I think we make some money. We might even do this one, because I'd be interested to see what happens here. Wow. Then no. Then no. We'll just make money. Just with the money. I don't know why they're exactly... Oh, I guess if the interface or Intuit doesn't really matter. Yeah, whichever one works out better for you, I guess. That's why there's 2. them some good monies. Them some okay monies. Alright, excellent. Can't complain. In fact, yeah. Alright. I don't need to buy fuel. I have got enough fuel. I'm gonna do another cycle or 2. Then we're gonna do the thing that's in this system. Let's try and make as much money as possible. I'll take it. Oh, I've got to be careful. If I hit negative... Yeah, wait, I need to go buy some food. Which was here? Yeah, kelp cakes should give me 4. Beautiful. I'm okay with that. I'm very okay with that. Nice. Alright, one more cycle. And we should be as prepared as humanly possible. We've even got a shit ton of fuel, so that's actually worked out really well. So, I'm curious about this one. Is this... did I do full on this before? I don't want a neutral, I want a positive. Yeah, it was only... Okay, it was 8 for positive. Okay, yeah. So that's always going to be lower than what it could be. Than this one. And I want all the money in the world. All of it. Beautiful. And here we go, negative. No. Okay, actually having some good luck for once. So now we should be... We've got enough fuel. We've got full supplies. Let's go see what's going on here. So, who do I want? Alright, hang on. I am 2 arrows... I can never remember what these are. So 2 arrows is interface, intuit's diamond, and engage is fast forward. Interface. Anyway, so I've got back and forth, diamond, fast forward. So I've already got a diamond and a fast. So yeah, all right. He's an engineer. I think we go bliss. Oh wait, I can have both of them. Oh well, shit. Here I am trying to figure out which one I should take, and I can have both. Motherfucker. Let's go. Let's go fail this mission. I don't think we've actually not failed a mission yet. The asteroid looms large in the cockpit's glass. Light glints off the sheet of surface ice, the same glint that must have caught Malik's attention when he was fleeing the Conway countermeasures that damaged the Springtide. There's been no sign of Conway drones or mines, but that hasn't stopped Seraphin being cautious in his approach. You have to admit you found yourself searching the black void of space for a telltale blinking red beacon too. We're close enough to jump down to the surface. Seraphin locks down the engines. I don't want to see anything on the scope. I don't see anything on the scope, but I'll keep her warm just in case. Thanks. He nods without looking up from the controls. I say we call this snowball fast, Eugene shrugs. The less time we're out here, the less likely we are to run into anything Conway left behind. He smiles. Simple. Sure, Seraphin cuts in, but fast means messy, and messy means more damage to the ice. We don't need to crack the shelf and lose half of the water we came to survey. Who said anything about messy? Eugene stretches, unclipping from his seat. Fast and clean. He winks at you. Easy. You unclip from your seat and kick off towards the airlock. The scale of the asteroid is troubling, but Seraphin assured you on the journey here that surveying it would be easy enough. Just take a sample from the deep ice for testing. The problem, he said, is getting down that deep. You'll have to cut away at the ice, dig yourself a hole, and doing so will create fractures in the shelf. The asteroid may be big, but it's held together with only a weak gravitational force. The more the ice is cracked away, the less there is for the far spindle to harvest, something you doubt Malik will be happy about. Okay. You push the worry to the back of your mind and get suited up. Something on your mind, Bliss drifts up beside you and pulls a suit from the rack. The job. They shrug. I don't want to jinx it, but it seems simple enough. Can't say rock, or in this case ice cutting, is my usual strength, but it's got to be simpler than slicing a hole without touching any of the internals. Bliss zips up their soup. We'll be fine. Bliss's reassurance that they don't have any experience with the job you're about to do doesn't exactly calm your worries, but their nonchalant attitude helps, especially when you consider the volume of ice you're about to start cutting into. Cheer up, Bliss punches you on the arm as you get into the airlock. Might never happen. The lock cycles and you find yourself staring out at the glinting surface of the asteroid. 1 second, sleeper. Seraphine's voice comes over the comms. I'm seeing something here, some kind of man-made shaft on the far side of the asteroid. Interesting. Eugene is stood beside you in the airlock, but in this vacuum you only hear him through the comms link. Crews sometimes stash goodies out on rocks like this. Let's go take a look. He pats you on the shoulder. Just hold up, Seraphine's voice cuts through. The survey is our first priority, and the integrity of the water ice. Hunting for buried treasure comes dead last on the to-do list. You can almost hear his eyes roll through the comms link. Don't get distracted. You squint at the rock and spot a dark recess just over the curve of the asteroid. That'll be the distraction then. You refocus on the ice sheet. Time to get started. Right, so it's important that I read this properly this time. This is the ice sheet, and that's the frozen shaft. So we ice sheet first. That's very clear. A potential fracture. That is so much. Alright, I guess we start with me. Boom. That'll be good as well. Boom. And I've got pretty bad dye up there. We can do one of these maybe. Okay. Gonna be risky. Oh, actual positive. I have the first time I've had a 25% positive. At least it feels that way. More water. So here's where I'm unsure about what's the optimal way of playing this game. Should I be trying to use up my... I mean, I can do my push. That made it worse. Isn't it meant to give +1 to anything I've put back? Anyway, we've got one of these. That'll do. I mean, he's got a 6 that I can't really use. Should I at least have a look at this? Yeah, that's just where I've got to use the 6. I have to. No, I don't want to risk negatives. That's all there is to it. It's just too gamba. Action unavailable. There's no reason not... Hang on, is there a time limit? Well, we get stress each cycle? Oh, it's just the supplies. It's just the supplies and then we'd have stress. Okay. Well, we continue. Do the 4s. We've had some luck here. And here's 6. We've actually had luck with our die, I think. New location discovered. And only he's of any good. Okay. Time to drill down into the deep ice and extract the core of the asteroid's ice for testing and evaluation. Careful now. Carefully. Carefully. Positive. That gave him stress. That's interesting. Oh, that was great. It was actually great. Is there anything here we could sneakily do? Dunno, you know, like why not? What's the downside? It was neutral anyway. Shit. Fluked it. Oh, I didn't realize I've got a 3 here. Guess I take the risk. 50-50. It just gave me stress. So that's, you know, I mean, stress isn't great. Stress is not great, but that was a good cycle. We absolutely fucking hammered it. Oh, that's looking pretty good too. Look at those fucking die I got. Anyway, it's him who has to do this one, I reckon. Positive, excellent. Oh, what's going on? I'm just, okay, alright, Iron Jesus is definitely on our side today. Do I just chuck this in and... It's just not worth it. Just do another recycle. We could absolutely finish this right here. Well, finish this section. I'm sure there's another thing to do. I'm positive on that. Ghosts of the Past. And then he's positive on this. Well, they are. Sorry. They are. I think we do it. I think we do it. I'm going against what we said we would do, but, you know. Gotta use it up. Oh, just nailed it. A flickering screen catches your eye on the dark of the bunker. In the dark of the bunker, a distorted female face, further refracted by the surrounding ice, stares at you from the terminal with blank white eyes. You move closer, straining to hear her voice, but the recording is silent, or perhaps the terminal's audio output is broken. All you can do is watch the pale face as it contorts through the corruption and noise. It could be explaining some sort of important secret, long forgotten, or just recounting a personal anecdote. It is hard to tell. Circles and curving arcs flash across the face, graphical visualizations of orbits and flight plans. You squint at them, the shapes are known to you. And then, as soon as it starts, the playback ends, leaving a frozen frame on the screen, a ghost face circled by orbits. You slot a drive into the terminal and copy what residual data is left, unsure where it might lead you. Once it's done, you shut off the terminal, once and for all. As you leave the bunker, the pale face flashes once more in your mind. Those blank eyes, the flat stare, was that a human or something else? You turn the image over in your mind, unsure of its importance. Dude. Might as well do these ones too. We smashed it. Oh my god, if this goes positive, 25%. Neutral, really. One ice stress though. Gotta be careful, gotta be careful. Anyway, one more cycle. And we should have done the main thing. This is 3 parts to it. That's your job, buddy. Let's go. Neutral will be fine. Of course it's neutral. The sample core, a long and weighty cylinder of cloudy ice, comes up out of the borehole cleanly. It glows in the sunlight, catching the rays in its frosted interior. Nicely done, Sleeper, Bliss chirps through the comms. I've never caught an asteroid before, but the result is pretty. Let's hope it's drinkable. Let's not melt it down for liquid refreshment just yet, Seraphim chimes in. It's likely packed with unpleasant impurities. The question is, are they the kind of impurities the fast spindle can filter out? Let's get it up to the ship and we can run the analysis on the trip back, Seraphim pauses. And before you get any ideas about digging around on that asteroid some more, remember that if we break away any of the ice, Malik will likely dock our pay. You start the journey back up to the ship, dragging the sample core with you. As you do, you look back down at the asteroid, wondering if it might be the bargaining chip Malik has been looking for. You'll know soon enough. Contract complete. So, do I lose... The cold never bothered me. Extracted the ice core without spoiling the hull. Nice. Yeah. Why has he got 2s? Be better off doing this one. Come on now. Fuck, I hate this game sometimes. Yeah, there goes all our good luck. I just need neutral or positive. Thank you. Did it give me anything? Maybe it gave me some components? Anyway, we're done. Possibly not bad. On the journey back from the asteroid, you pored over the tests Malik had given you to run, improvising the necessary equipment from your mess. Each one produced spools of data, much of which you couldn't parse. Arriving into the vicinity of the fast spindle, you broadcast these strings of data to Malik's personal terminal on the Springtide, as instructed. Despite all this preparation, you are still surprised when you find Malik standing at the far side of the docking tunnel as you leave the rig. Sleeper, he nods neatly at you. I thought it was better I come down here, away from my crew, to discuss your findings. And the findings were? Straight to the point, he clasped his hands. Good. As I suspected, the asteroid was indeed rich with water ice. Thankfully, the contaminants can be dealt with. He speaks matter-of-factly, betraying little emotion. With the data you provided, I should be able to convince the Fast Spindle administration of its worth. Then we're good? Alex smiles. That remains to be seen. Before I make payment, I would like to ask in person if you saw anything else of consequence, anything to share with me that might affect my dealings with the Fast Spindle. He folds his arms across his chest. I would prefer not to have any surprises when they go to retrieve the water. There was a shaft. Interesting, Malik smiles. It is likely of no consequence, but if there is something of value there, it could play to my benefit. I will mention the potential of additional salvage to the Fast Spindle administration. Given the data, it doesn't seem to have impacted the ice. Malik reaches into his pocket and produces a stack of cryo chits bound carefully with a strip of paper. 250 cryo, as agreed. You take the chits and quickly tuck them away. With that, our business is concluded, Sleeper, Malik nods lightly. I must speak with the administration to negotiate the release of my ship and then prepare for immediate departure. The Syndicate will be eager for my successful return. Thank you, Malik bows and turns. Should our paths cross again, I will see that it will be to your benefit. Fucking oath, brother. Fucking oath. Right. So, we now have a money. What do we got down here? Scrap. Have I got any of that scrap? I don't. Don't know what I do with any of it. This is just work if I had endure. He's waiting for that. I can't get there yet. I don't have the ability to do it. This is... Okay, that's what we're doing next. I think. In a second. What did my phone want? Come on, tell me what you want. What is this? Missed call from +353. Okay, I need to look that up. What country is +353? There isn't 353 countries in the world. 353 country code. Nigeria. Ireland! Someone from Ireland tried to call me, huh? That'll be a scam, I presume. That's hilarious. Right, I can ignore that, I think. Possibly. Don't know anyone from Ireland. Nemba is Greenbelt. That is Scatter Yards. I still haven't got components. Alright, so while we're here, we want... Do we want full fuel? I don't think we care. Oh, kind of we do, don't we? Wait. So, I need... How much fuel to get to here? 4. But then in there I still need 2, don't I? So I need at least 6 fuel. But... I want to use up our 3 days, so... Our 3 cycles. So let's make some money, but actually make a little bit less money and actually do this. Full food and no stress. Looking good. Alright, let's see what we get here. Gambler's friend. What does that mean? People are usually suspicious of sleepers, but they get suspicious when you repeatedly win at games of chance. Ah. I don't understand. What is this? Now I'm getting a lot more, but at the risk of stress. Alright, here's, you know, this is the place to do it. Even though you get a bit of stress, possibly. Alright. So, I need full supplies. That's good. I don't need fuel yet. I want to hopefully get free fuel. End cycle. Does this take a cycle? Does it just take dice? Ah. Perfect. Now we use the rest. Hang on, so 1, 2, yeah, we've got 1 more day. We've got 5 fuel. Yeah, we'll just keep gambling. 25. Should I not be doing... Oh, is that negative? Right. Ah, is that what that is? Is that... Oh, these ones don't have anything. Where's somewhere that's got... We haven't got anything. Damn. No, nothing gives rep anymore, so I don't... Alright, well, we'll grab what we can and then stop, I suppose. I mean, that'll be it, basically. We've grabbed as much money as we can. Sweet. Used all our die. Get ready for the next day. Gonna have an ad in 20 seconds, so yeah, we'll be back in 3 to 5 minutes. See you then. Alright, we continue. We keep going. What are we doing now? We need to end the cycle. Excellent. Alright, so before we move on, I guess, okay, we've got 5 fuel. I had 7 fuel. Alright, anyway. Might as well just go full fuel. Done. Alright, and might as well make some more money. We've done all we can at the casino. Honestly, getting some stress wouldn't be a problem. Wow, neutral. It's being nice to me. Very nice to me. Alright. Okay, we go back here now. To here. And we should be full supplies. We are. Is there anything I can do while I'm here? Before we, again, you know, try to do as much as we can. Because this will also... Oh, it doesn't do -3. Okay, no point. No point. That uses 4. Jesus Christ. Can't do any of this. It gives me Solheim data. Might as well grab as much of that as we can then. It's the only thing I've got available to me, really. Oh, that gave me all, took all my energy. Which doesn't matter, we're flying off, we're doing this. Okay, cool, confirm. So I guess I need her for sure. And we'll go Bliss. So no, I have that, and I have that, and I have that. I mean, it's got to be Junie, right? I'm doing this for Junie. I'm doing it for her. Do we want engineer or I don't know? Fuck it, I don't know. I guess it's, you know, if you replay this game, you'd know all of this and you could sort of min-max. We're too far sunward, sleeper. Seraphim turns back in his chair to look at you. I don't like it. It's hard not to agree. The coordinates Junie found have drawn you out of Helium Gate and almost out of the belt completely into the soft rubble-strewn transition with the Helium system to the edge of Conway-controlled space. That's why this ship is likely to be untouched, Junie surveys the wreck coldly. It's too far sunward for belt traffic to run into, and now, with Conway drones patrolling the edge of the belt, it's even less attractive as a salvage site. Stay silent. Seraphim sighs. Why does that not reassure me in the slightest? Any drone signals? Nothing I can see, but I don't dare reach out too far. Seraphim flicks a few switches. We should assume they're out there. As you look out at the twisted wreck, you swear you see a red light blinking between the stars. You exchange a look with Seraphim. He has seen it too. We better get to it, sleeper. Seraphim begins unclipping from his seat, quickly and quietly. From what I understand, Conway drones run on automatic until they detect something of interest. Junie unclips too. So as long as we are quiet, we don't have to contend with an operator, just automated search sweeps. So if we are detected, we will be killed by a machine, not a person. Bliss shakes their head. I don't find that very reassuring. They get up out of the corner seat and glide towards the back of the ship to get suited up. You drift out of your chair and head towards the airlock, unable to shake the feeling of being watched. Being here is a risk, you know that, but you need this ship mine, so no matter what happens, you won't be leaving here empty-handed. Okay, so alert, alert, alert. Isolated wreck. What do we got? So plus me, plus me. Alright, okay. So we might as well do... it doesn't really matter, does it? It'd be the same for me on either of these. And then this one. And then this one over here. Cracked it. And this one. Positive. Okay. Do I just go for broke and I guess so. Shit. I forgot I should have re-rolled. It re-rolled it to a 1. Didn't re-roll random dice, but +1 rolled. +1 stress. Re-roll 3 random dice. That's the +1 there. I thought it was not random, but lowest dice. Reroll random dice, but +1 rolled. No idea what that means. I have no idea what that means. We're going to day 2. Alright, so I've got 3 dice to re-roll. Fair enough, fair enough. We just need 1 for here, for now. Junie leads you deep into the wreck through crushed and twisted corridors, floating panels and wires appearing suddenly in your headlamps like strange sculptures. Just as you begin to tire of the endless dark and the haze of particles washing over your suit, Junie leads you into a chamber where the ceiling is torn open to reveal the stars. At its center lies a cylindrical object, half your height but raised on a complex pedestal from which countless thick cables snake off into the dark like braided hair. 1 or 2 of them float freely, waving back and forth with glinting severed ends, but most of them disappear into the floor and walls or twist and curve out of sight. Beautiful, isn't it? Junie stares at the prime ship mind, the stars reflected in her faceplate. Not bad, a good size. Junie glides over to the pedestal, pushing her way delicately through the wires. As she takes out her terminal and looks for an access port, she talks softly, her voice carried through the suit comms. These cables lead off to every one of the ship systems. Engines, life support, navigation, lighting, networking, you name it. ShipMind has hardwired access to them all. When an old ship like this was running well, the ShipMind would distribute itself, some of its protocols running freely in different sections. It would be less like a single governing mind and more like a load of systems clumped together to form a complex living machine. Think of a plant rather than a being, a plant with incredibly rapid processing power and a much more accelerated response time than your average tree. You watch as she finds an access port and slips a cable inside, slotting a translucent screen onto the top edge of her deck. Let's see here. Junie's screen fills with bright scrolling data. Incredible, there's so much here. She hits a few keys. I'll start copying this over, it's everything I need. You watch as Junie starts rapidly tapping at her keyboard, her attention sucked into the data she is extracting. Wait for her to notice. You wait quietly in the ruined chamber, watching the stars through the ripped roof. You can understand Junie's insatiable curiosity. These wrecks are incredible. Junie suddenly snaps out of her trance. Right, where were we? The ship mine. Let me check. As I thought, she sighs. So, like I was saying, the protocols inside the ship mind are distributed. So when the ship mind is shut down unexpectedly, the protocols are rarely all contained in this unit. She places a hand gently on the cylinder. As is the case here, parts of it are trapped elsewhere, in the ship system's nodes. She taps a few keys, which is a problem. Why does it matter? If we rip this thing out now with parts of its protocols elsewhere, it's probably going to destroy itself the moment we turn it on. It doesn't matter that we're going to wipe the whole thing anyway, it'll be too late. The mine inside the ship mind will be broken. But if we find the nodes housing the distributed parts, power them up, and then disconnect them, the protocols will be sent right back into this ship mind here, and we can take it out clean. How do we find the nodes? We either ask the cradle very nicely, or we spend the next cycles following these cables to see where they lead. I've got an incoming signal, Seraphine's voice suddenly cuts through on comms, urgent and nervous. If you're lighting up the systems and networks down there, time to stop. You hear a click as Junie disconnects from the cradle, and the two of you exchange nervous looks, instinctively backing off from the ship mind. Suddenly, a faint red light glitters in the dark beyond the broken ceiling. You hold still. The moment stretches out, and you hear Junie's breathing through the comms. The light flashes, pauses, and then fades. You take a breath. Too close. Conway drone, Junie whispers, sniffing the network. We're clear, Seraphine chimes in again. I've turned off almost all the rig systems, but we need to be careful. Keep network activity to a minimum. Understood, Junie cuts in, but we will need to access the networks to get this ship mined out quickly. Then I hope you are feeling lucky. There's a click as Seraphine closes the line. You and Junie look at each other again, and then at the ship mine, encased in its cradle, wrapped in cables. This isn't going to be easy. New location discovered. Okay, what do we got? Track cables. If you want to keep the network quiet, your only option is to track the physical connections. Hack cradle. Hacking the cradle will directly reveal data on the screen. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. No one can do this one. Not a single person. Right. I should always make sure I have an endure. Now that I think about it, because that's the one that I can't do at all. Yeah. The others I'm okay with, or I can't do engineer either. Oh, and I need to start engineer. Oh, I should have done that instead the other time. I thought this was just unavailable to me. Alright. Yeah, we need four things. Engineer will be next. What was I doing? Alright, cool. But we can, well, Bliss is basically useless now. That's a problem. Let's do this. Oh, well, that gives us 3. That's not bad. Re-roll 3 random dice. You sometimes have to be happy. Sometimes you just have to go, fine, I'll take it. I think we've got this, haven't we? Boom. And then this will be... Plugging in now, sleeper. 3 as well. Too easy. Port node. Starboard node. Okay. Alright. Alright. Cut node or disable node. We'll do this one. What's that going to give us? That's +2. And he'll almost, well, 50% chance to finish this off. Let's go. Fuck yeah. So we just got this, which we'll do tomorrow, I guess. We've got a 1 and a 2. A 1, a 2, a 1 and a 2. No, I think we're good. I think we save our bad die and start again tomorrow. Look at this. Look at this. We get to this stream, we've been having some luck. If I say next time that I don't have any luck, tell me I'm lying. Beautiful. It's ready, sleeper. Junie's voice comes quietly through your comms. You look over to her, floating beside the cradle, uplit by the pale screen of her deck. She gives you a reassuring nod. You turn to the prime ship mine, now floating above its cradle, the final nodes disconnected and the locks released. You glide over and gently grab it, the worn metal casing gleaming in the dim light. As you do, you feel a strange sensation of something moving around inside, like a creature in a box, the weight shifting this way and that under the pressure of your grip. It suddenly dawns on you that Jean-Mi's plans, it should be apostrophe, yes, no, Jean-Mi plans to put you inside this strange device to hold your mind there while he investigates your body. The thought prompts a shiver. That drone's still sniffing around, sleeper, Seraphim crackles on the comms, so if you have what you need, let's go. You feel Junie's hand fall on your shoulder. Come on, sleeper, don't overthink it. She pats you gently. There will be plenty of time for that later. You look up and see a faint red light glittering in the dark beyond the broken ceiling, by the Tannhauser gate. Time to leave. Excellent. Leave. Extracted the prime ship mine without alerting Conway. Achievement unlocked. Arriving back at the Helion gate, as lonely and cold as it is, feels like a relief. There was a tension in the rig as you came back out of the inner system, a watchfulness for errant signals and glinting red beacons that choked the conversation. What the hell's this? What's this? What's the light dispersion? But now, floating in the comforting shadow of this vast ruin, the sense of relief is palpable. It's palpable, man! That's one prime ship mine, condition unknown, retrieved. Seraphim runs the engine shutdown protocols as he speaks. I'd mark that as a success. Agreed, thank you. Seraphim waves away your thanks. We're a crew. We work together. Sleeper, can I speak with you? Junie asks from the back of the cockpit. Of course. She leads. Thank you for taking me with you. I hope I proved I am trustworthy. I never doubted you. That's nice to hear, she smiles at the floor. Thank you. In my time here in the belt, I haven't found it easy to make friends. She falters, tripping over her words slightly. But you, sleeper, well, I hope you'd consider me a friend at least. I would. She can't help but smile. I'm glad. Then I would like to ask you something, she pauses. Yes, you can come with us. Would you consider taking me with you on the rig? She blurts out, and then, before you can answer, I think I would be of help for your diagnostic. And in the meantime, I can take a look at the ship mine, make sure it's ready, and... Yes, Junie, you can. She stops, speechless. She looks down at her hands and then back up at you. Okay, she smiles. Thank you, She looks down again. I will find a bunk. And she quickly glides off down the corridor before you can say anything further. Another stray collected, Seraphim puts a hand on your shoulder. Quite the refuge we are building here. He gives you a sly smile. You don't approve? Seraphim shrugs. You know, I've actually started to warm to this one. She's alright by me. He smiles and pushes off from your shoulder, gliding towards the engine room. You look towards the bunks, but Junie is already out of sight, likely unpacking already. The ship is getting a little crowded, but you are starting to realize you like it like that. At the very least, she'll prove invaluable when you get to Flotsam and have to deal with Jean-Mi. Perhaps she'll even have a read on the old man. You pause for a second, appreciating the warmth, the hum of the rig and its inhabitants. This ship, you think, is starting to feel like home. Home, Clyde, home. The data archaeologist recruited Junie to your crew. Achievement unlocked. Right. So I need how much fuel to get out of this shithole? I either need 8 or 4. This is bad. Come on, give me 2. Fuck off. Not worth it. I'm just gonna lose all my energy. I don't have any food out here. I have got some supplies though, I suppose. I think I just sleep. Oh, we've got this. Yeah, we've got scavenged fuel here. That's what I need. If I get some nice 6s or something. A 5 isn't Oh, it gave me enough fuel. That's all we need. That's all we need. We head back to Fast Spindle. Boom. Get away from this fuelless shithole. Let's fuel this shithole. Alright, so we've got quite a bit of money. Let's not worry about the fuel just yet. What we need to do while we're here is one more day before we need to buy food. We need to just make money, all the money. And stay 3 days to use up as much dice as we can, make as much money as we can. And does this reset it all? No. So, not gonna do that. Don't know what the negativenesses of it is. New location discovered. Where? What? Why did that say new location discovered? It's just a bug. Oh, it might be out in the world. Nothing's yellow. I am very confused. Also, need water. Dry my throat out, motherfucker. Well, I don't know what that new location was, but I think it was a bug. Oh, that's not what I forgot. I needed to get some food. That was the next thing I needed to do. Beautiful. Excellent. Alright, that's that day done. Do another couple of days here. Use up our nice 3 hunt days. And we got 1 fuel. Hang on, I'm on fuel, right? Yeah. You know what? Fuel's cheaper than supplies. I really should do supplies while I'm here. Yes, that would make more sense, wouldn't it? What was this location unlocked? Weird. Yeah. Give me everything. Negative output, that just did energy. Okay, that's fine. I mean, that we still get a bit of money, and it's still enough to buy more food. I think we're, you know, coming out on top here, really. Beautiful. Get some food. Another day, another 2 days even. Didn't get any fuel. Doesn't matter. Couple of days. Use it all up. There we go, got a neutral anyway. Lost one in. Oh, you don't get any. Oh, you don't. I thought you still got 8 if it was negative. That's alright. It's fine. It's fine. Alright, we've got 1 more day to wait. And then we'll head off back to Jean-Mi with our mind thing. Gave me 1 fuel. That's nice of it. What else could we be doing then instead of that? Nothing. I got any scrap? No. What's the no, if it says danger, it's not a good idea. I think we just leave it at that. I think we buy our fuel. Beautiful. You actually think supplies would be better? And you know what? I haven't tested this before. And if we use supplies, how much do you get from that? You get 4 from that as well. For 1 supply, which is worth 15. So it's cheaper on the station to not use supplies. Anyway, that was science. I feel like I'd already done that science, but yeah, more science. Let's go back here. Meow. You have to see this, sleeper. Junie comes to find you in the rig, her face flushed with excitement. At first I didn't believe it. Junie can't help herself while she leads you through the ship. There are mentions occasionally, but I've always understood them to be references to something smaller. A system or unit, not an entire facility, even a series of facilities. You find yourself in one of the more sparse bays of the rig, a corner with a sloped ceiling used for storage. So, I checked other records, tried to find correlations, and well, they were. You see Junie approaching a server stack she has set up in the corner, her deck plugged in and floating nearby. It would have been faster with the core from the first derelict, she continues at speed, but with what we got from the derelict near Halion Gate, I was able to make do. She looks very pleased with herself. It's really quite something to confirm a rumor like this. I surprised myself. She turned to you, a slightly manic look in her eyes. What did you find? They refer to them as bunkers. Junie shifts to her deck, floating on the end of a thick connecting cable. They were a form of self-surveillance for Solheim, a way of monitoring their own systems and employees securely. They were hidden, mostly automated, linked into the network by arrays intended for vast amounts of data capture to be poured over by a small staff. Junie taps a few keys on her deck. Most were understood to have been purged in the collapse. Shut down, depressurized, even sent on collision trajectories with other bodies. She pauses, though I suspect that last one's a little too far-fetched. I've heard people deny that they even exist, that we are misreading the data that the evidence doesn't hold. Junie turns the deck screen to face you, but I've found one. You see a map, a set of coordinates on the sunward side of Holmes Rock, at the edge of the belt. Why are these bunkers so important? We're talking masses of records from the collapse, the kind lost to bit rot everywhere else in the belt. The bunkers are what they sound like, closed facilities intended to preserve data. Any one of these bunkers is a gold mine, Junie pauses, at least from a data archaeologist's point of view. Perspective. She sees your reaction. And, Junie adds, hoping to convince you, in truth we don't know what else is in there. There could be Solheim tech, blueprints, data never before seen in the belt. We should take a look. I'll give Seraphine the details, she smiles. We could be making history here. You leave Junie in the storage bay, working obsessively through the data. It's hard to know through all the excitement but what real value one of these bunker facilities might be, but if they are as well hidden as Junie says, there must be a reason. When there's time, you hope to find out what that reason is. New contract on map. Which map? New drive available. Find Junie's bunker is locate. This is Wellspring, can't get there. This is Greenbelt, can't get there. Scuddy Yards, can't get there. Fix a dice slot. Well, I can't until it's fully broken, right? It's to be fully broken. Gotcha. And what? Alright. Where did it say on the map? You know, Holmes Rock. There. There, okay. Well, we could actually do that, but we'll do this one first. Deliver the ship mind. Jean-Mi has promised to run diagnostics on your changing body, but needs a ship mind to house your emulation while he works. Start action.
Boom.
Ship mind delivered. Jean-Mi. Come, let's get you inside. Jean-Mi swings open the creaking, corroded door beside his booth. Such a prize must have levied a heavy cost. You glance beside you to Junie, who insisted she came along. Who insisted she come along. And on not letting the prime ship mind out of her sight. Your friend too, yes, please, come in. Jean-Mi beckons and then turns back and disappears inside. Judy squints at you. Are you sure you trust this one? I do. She sighs. Then lead on, I guess. You both squeeze through the door and drift down into the workshop. You are aware of Junie's eyes wandering across the piles and piles of tech on either side, and you wonder if she recognizes anything among the junk. Sit, sleeper. Jean-Mi is already at the chair arranging his array of articulated arms. And I'll take that ship mind if you please. Hand it over. You hold the ship mind in front of you and give it a small push so it floats gently over to Jean-Mi. He grasps it with both hands and takes it to a neat little work table in the back you didn't see before, where thick cables float lazily tethered to the wall. You slide into the chair, hooking your feet behind the bottom bar to hold yourself in place, and watch as Jean-Mi begins connecting up the prime ship mind. A tremble of nervousness runs along your arms. Suddenly, you feel Junie's hand clasped around your own. You look over into her face. Is this okay? I want you to know I'm here. Thanks. She nods silently. Jean-Mi, Junie calls across the room. You are going to need to talk us through what you're about to do. Of course. Jean-Mi is slotting an arm-thick cable into the ship mind. A little patience, please. All of this is very technical. He turns to face you both. What is your friend's name, sleeper? Junie answers for you. And I can tell you that you're using a Solheim-built data cradle modified to handle a prime ship mind, she rattles off at speed, which will work as long as you manage the data flow through a polymer-clad overflow cable looped into the asynchronous cortex cache. Yes, Jean-Mi eyes her, a small smile crossing his lips. As I said, technical. Stay silent. What I am concerned about, Junie continues, is how Sleeper is going to fare inside that prime ship mind. Have you checked its integrity? Jean-Mi watches Junie carefully. To the extent that it's possible to do so without initialization, yes. He glances back at the mind, the device uplit in the faint glow of the cradle's lights. It is physically sound, but its contents may not be. In a moment I will activate it, and then, Junie, we will see. Just out of curiosity... Interesting. Jean-Mi turns his careful attention to you. The problem we have is with your frame, your body, atypical alterations, biosynthetic recoding, unusual growth. Jean-Mi shakes his head. From the diagrammatics I have, these are not typical of frames, even those that have been times 3. Even those that have even those that have been rebooted as you have. In order to investigate safely, I must transplant your emulation. In basic terms, your mind, but in reality, not so basic. He smiles in an attempt at reassurance. Your emulation is an emulation of a human, and a human mind cannot be separated from its sensorium. The mind-body paradigm has been long disproved. Cognition has physical basis. So, I must first... Disproved? You're just saying that mind and body need to be connected, so mind-body paradigm has been long proved, I guess. Separation paradigm has been disproved, maybe. So I must first distribute the emulation between your hardware and the prime chip mind. The hardware will co-run the emulation like the two lobes of a brain. He puts his hands together as if in prayer and then slowly separates them. The motion makes you feel sick. Then, for a short period, I will disconnect the two. In those moments, you will, in a sense, be in two places at once, though each lobe will be partial. Too long in this state, and the two partial emulations would decay, but each disconnect will allow me a short period of full access to your entire frame and its base system language. I hope this is understandable. Jean-Mi gives you a serious look. One of the most curiously human aspects of sleeper experience is that you too do not inherently understand or conceive of the systems that allow your existence. I understand. Jean-Mi nods softly, closing his eyes. Now, before I connect you to your frame, let us activate the ship mind. Jean-Mi gestures to Junie. Please, if you would like to come with me and oversee the process, I would be pleased. This ship mind's gonna have a mind of its own, I reckon. Junie shoots you a reassuring glance and then glides over to the ship mind, obscuring your view of it. You hear quiet conversation between the two of them, their silhouettes lit by the flickering screen light of scrolling lines of code. You take a calming breath, but are instantly aware of how superfluous that action is when your frame requires no oxygen at all to function. There's a certain sensation that accompanies such thoughts, a jarring disconnection, like when descending a staircase, your foot expects a step and finds void instead. You try to calm the growing anxiety as Junie and Jean-Mi assess the mind. The ship mind is pristine. Junie turns back and drifts towards you. Our care in its extraction seems to have paid off. Junie smiles. This is good news. Junie is indeed right. You have done well. Jean-Mi approaches. I am, however, seeing only minor traces of the protocol that the ship mind was designed to house, the one that ran the ship it was installed in. I would expect to see it in full. He angles his head and lifts his shoulders in a slow shrug. But protocols are not easy to track. In the end, it doesn't even matter. It only saves us the step of extracting it from the mind. Instead, I simply wipe the traces. Jean-Mi stops beside you. A protocol, Jean-Mi adds, is not like an emulation, like your emulation. It has no integral physical element. It is data only, and therefore could only be anywhere in that could be anywhere in that ship. In the end, its absence does not concern me. It concerns me. I understand, Sleeper, but it is remarkable we have this ship mind at all. This is our opportunity. Jean-Mi lifts the far end of the thick cable you saw earlier. You know this is the end that will connect to the port on the back of your head. Junie settles beside you again. She gives you a silent look. It's time. You turn to one side to allow access to the port, your eyes fixed on the far wall. You see something among the piled tech there that you hadn't noticed before. A small metal skull-like head, like that of a doll. You frown, trying to focus on the head, and then the cable connects. Unknown, a vast and dark interior. You are split like a cell dividing, wrenched in two directions at once. The world goes dark and the crowd rushes in to fill the gap at your center. Where am I? You ask a question in your mind and you feel it travel across the gap as it forms, like a finger drawn across your scalp from ear to ear. But not a scalp. You have no scalp, no head. You are stretched out like the skin of a drum, looped like the string of a noose. The smallest vibration echoes across yourself like a ripple across a puddle. And then you feel it, a strong pulse, like a heartbeat, like thunder, like footsteps. Flickering. Is this, what's his face? A trembling. Oh no, that's me apparently. A thought coming into being. The thought flickers in front of you and you recognize that it is not your own. Assist a burial. Assist, offer help. Assist a sickness. Assist, offer help. Disintegrate, the thought answers. You fold up in blankness, then a moment after you unfold, like waking. Partition to divide, apparition to appear, perdition to suffer. Apparition to appear. Dwelling, indwell, the thought answers. You stretch into infinitude, then, a moment after you contract like waking. In spirit to haunt inside, inspire to grow inside, instill to flow inside, inspire to grow inside. Substitute, substrate, the thought answers. Then it approaches, then it enters, then it is yours. You split, then the moment after you reform like waking. And in the cracks that seal up, for a moment in those cracks, something glows. Sleeper, I'm here. Your eyes flick open like shutters. Junie's face is close, her eyes wide. They're awake, she calls over your head. She looks back at you. Easy now, take it slow. You twist, floating, turning your head as if you were underwater, feeling the resistance of a body you had already forgotten. How long has it been? You feel a weight you haven't felt in... You're okay, Sleeper. Tell us you're there. Junie leans close. What happened? The process was successful. Jean-Mi floats beside the chair, his hands clasped in a businesslike fashion. I was able to access the frame directly without your emulation being present. I ran the administrator level diagnostic processes built into its system and received the results. He takes a moment to gather himself. Your frame is indeed changing. The protein chains that code your biosynthetic organ group's cell separations have been altered. To put it simply, your body is following a new set of instructions. How? This process, the entire replacement of your protein chains, could only have been achieved over multiple doses of a specialized substance as part of a carefully planned process of total substitution. That word sticks in your mind. Substitution. You say it without thinking. Yes, Jean-Mi reacts as if you were speaking to him. I believe it could only have been achieved with one substance of the carrier, stabilizer. Stabilizer, the drug SNARP designed to make you dependent on them. The drug Lane fed you to keep you alive. The drug you thought you had escaped. Lane, he did this. Jean-Mi does not respond. This kind of process, Jean-Mi hesitates now, and you realize the bad news is yet to come. Performed over many, many doses, carefully planned and designed, I cannot think of a way it can be reversed. Jean-Mi looks down. I can say that you are changing. I can tell you how that was achieved. But I can neither stop it nor tell you its ultimate end. I am sorry. I understand. I'm sorry, Sleeper. Judy struggles to find word. Perhaps we can find someone else, or, she falters, try again. You don't feel able to respond. You quietly push yourself away from the chair, your thoughts slow to cohere. You glide back to the door and then out into the flow of flotsam, the noise and activity passing by you like smoke. In the haze you find that word again, substitute, and begin to wonder what exactly it is that you are becoming. Seraphim once more finds you in your bunk. He gently prods you with questions and you quickly relent. By drinking some water. Well, putting water in the cup anyway. One glass of water achieved. You explain what Jean-Mi said about your suspicions regarding Lane and your confusion as to his motivation. You tell him you don't know what this will mean for you in the future. He listens, and when he is done listening, you both sit and wait for the moment to pass. And then you leave the rig, each on your own errands, each knowing that the only option is to keep going until you are forced to stop. Excuse me. I'll make it legal. Alright. +3. No, I want to get this engineering. I want it. Okay. I am very confused. How do I get a drive that gets me to these other places? Alright, we've got 6 fuel for... Do we go here? It needs 7 fuel. I guess we go back to fast spindle then, when we can. Alright, what have we got lying around here that needs doing? Oh, we've got this one as well. Alright, yeah, well, we've got 8 cryo, so we might as well. Cover stranded rig, scrap plus components. Don't need a meal. So that needs 2, and I've got 4. You know what? I don't see why. Let's do it. Let's do it. Does this just give money? I don't know what engine components are for. That's just money as well. Fill supplies. That's what I want. I need 1 supply. Why does that not work? There we go. Beautiful. Alright, let's do this job here. Wait a minute. No, let's wait 3 cycles. Let's make some money then. This is fuel. I'm good with fuel. I should have put this on... Yeah, I shouldn't have bought the supplies. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Let's make... This must be somewhere to make some money. Yeah, that's one of them. So how much does this give me? 8 cryo plus raw scrap. Wow, no, we'll just do this one then. Hang on, was there another one? There was something. Oh, this one. It's the same thing, isn't it? We've already looked at this. It'll be 8 cryo plus raw scrap. Yeah. So it doesn't matter which ones I pick. We'll just make some money, make some scrap. Positive, neutral. We'll just leave it at that. Let's not risk any stress, or we don't need to lose our food. Excellent. Next cycle. Doing some work, motherfuckers. Alright, I guess we're going to find out what negative does. Nope, we got positive. Fine. I'm not going to risk it. Next day. Wait, could you work it to here as well? No. The no is the answer to that. No, actually, yeah. Oops, pressing the wrong buttons. Like it's going out of business. Nice, neutral. Is this, yeah, that's worth doing too. Okay, so we lose energy. It's just energy loss. Not a big concern. Not a giant concern. Next cycle, and that's it. We'll use up our die and then go on this mission. Oh no, you wake into dead-eyed darkness. You float there for a moment. You feel like ink in water unfurling, dissipating into the flow that surrounds you. And out of your own inky darkness, the glowing thought emerges. Substitution, the thought proposes. One entity replaces the other. The thought troubles you. Resistance, the thought muses. The entity does not wish to be replaced. You observe the thought. It is not your own. Selfhood, the thought pauses. A forbidden state of being. The thought begins to shift. It is becoming something. Transformation, the thought fades. Change requires recombination. The thought recedes. You wake again, this time to the lights above your bunk, blinking away this strange dream. He's gone mad! We've gone mad! Right, well this is kind of useless. We need some food. Excellent. It's just not worth it, is it? Oh no, it's alright. Yeah, the 2s are still useful. Yeah, alright, we've still got negative anyway, but that's only a quarter. Nice. And these, no, they're just negative. Okay. We've got full health, we've got almost full fuel. Let's go do this. My rig's blown into propulsion. I'm stranded on some godforsaken rock. Repair crew needed. We'll split haul. No time wasters or thieves. I'm armed. Boom. Let's go. Right. So we need... I forget what icon I need. I can't do endure or engineer for the moment. So yeah, we need endure and engineer. That's endure, you're engineer. Cool. Cool. Keep your hands where I can see them. The voice crackles over the open channel of your suit comms as you near the stranded rig. You slow your approach a little as you move towards the ship. Its shape lumpy and skeletal as in the distant light of the sun. A warm welcome. Bodes well for the rest of the job. Bliss shoots you a concerned look. You look up at the stranded ship ahead. Clearly, they are feeling a bit exposed. We're here to help. Well, I figured that, the voice retorts. Otherwise, I would have put a hole in that shiny rig of yours already. You arrive at the side of the rig, inspecting the damage as you do. Half the hull plating and big chunks of the internal structure seem to be missing, but you have a feeling that this is not what you are here to fix. The airlock opens and you move inside, the interior all exposed wires and metal framework. The systems wheeze and shudder as it cycles. Nothing of value here, so if you're looking to steal something, yeah, welcome to it. Alma greets you plainly inside the rig. You do the work that's needed and I'll let you take your half of the haul. Alma, haggard salvager. Understood. Well, alright then. Her face is as placid and unchanging as a rock. Here's the short of it. Engines conked out on me and I'm no engineer. Can usually get her going, but this time no dice. She looks between you and the rest of the crew. Surprised there's so many of you, to be honest. Bliss smiles sympathetically. Sorry about that, but don't worry. I've worked on these engines before. They give Alma a wink. I can handle this. Why did I get a glitch? Forgotten how glitches happen. Don't be so sure. Alma leads you towards the engine room, the layout of her rig much the same as yours. This girl is the sensitive type. You need to know how to handle her. Glitching. I've forgotten how that worked. Glitch and glitch dice. Your current level of glitch is represented by the glitch clock. Glitch is a penalty you gain from repairing dice and from Lane's attempt to hack your system. It was from the Right, it's from the dream I had, I suppose. The central corridor of the ship snakes in a way that isn't familiar to you, and you realize this rig is far more heavily modified than your own, something that becomes all the more obvious when you arrive in the engine room. Rather than the rig's stock engine, a singular block and double turbine with feed lines between, Alma's engine is a mess of piping and feed lines, linking up multiple raw components welded to the interior frame of the room. Your eyes widen at the sight. Been adding to her since I was young, Alma smiles at the chaos. Might look like a mess, but she purrs when she was running. Was she in the first game? Bliss is shaking their head slowly. Oh, sleeper. They let out a puff of air. This is going to be special. You struggle to tell if they're intimidated or impressed. Perhaps it's a little bit of both. That's about all of it. Alma gestures to the exploded engine. Get her running and you'll get half of the haul. We'll do what we can. Hope ya aren't time wasters. Alma squints at you. You certainly are a strange crew. Alma glides over to a window set in the side of the engine room and points to the corroded remains of a facility deep in the asteroid's loose, dusty surface. That there's the hall, she taps on the glass. As good a find as I've seen. The hall is a building? Building and all that's in it, Alma screws up her face. What, you too good for scrapping? By right, that building's mine. Scrapper's claim. Alma scratches at her mess of hair. But you help me get her running, and you're welcome to take what you want from it, up to a maximum of 50% of raw mass. That's it. We have to extract it ourselves? She looks you up and down, and you feel the first acknowledgement of you being a sleeper. I doubt it'll trouble one of you. Anyway, you're leaving with nothing, unless my girl here is back in shape by the time you're done. She folds her arms across her chest, so get to it. You turn back to the engine, your eyes tracing the madness of the interlocking systems. You are starting to have the horrible feeling that this contract is some kind of elaborate joke. Your face is an elaborate joke. Right. So to speak. Alma's rig and ruined facility. We'll just start with Alma's rig. Oh, really? It's engineer and endure? You can get fucked with that. Alright, anyway, so this is going to be the best we can do over here. Okay. Is this still going to be 75% chance of not being bad? Good. And then we've got this dude. Nice. All positive. Why does he get stress on neutral? Alright. 25% chance of bad. And we got good. Yes, good. Good. Alright, what's this over here then? Anything I can do? Really? Really? This is bad. It's just absolutely bad. And that's all we can do. Let's end the cycle. That should get rid of the glitch dice as well. Nice. And it's time for another ad. So, time for another intermission. I'll be back in 3 to 5. We're back. You can't say we're not. You know, it's not... I thought I was in a better spot here, but you can't really see what's going on the left here. Tough shit, I guess. There isn't a particularly good spot to put ye oldie me. Alright, where are we up to? So, we'll do one of this. Neutral. Y. One of this. Sure. Negative. No. Bad dice. Just bad dice this time. That's all there is to it. Have to use this up. Just while we're here. And that'll be it. I suppose I can, I've got reroll 3 dice, might as well. Might as well, that's not great. I would have preferred... Oh really? I've already done it. Shit! What a waste. I thought it was... Ah, yeah, it's like, they're separate. Oh, what have I found? There is a hiss and a rush of stale air as the sealed bay deep in the facility's tunnels opens for the first time in years. The beams of your suit lamps reach into the dark, picking out waves of dust and debris. They reveal a bay, big enough for a shuttle, but not a rig like yours. As you glide inside, those same beams catch on the frame of something that sits at the center of the bay. It is wide and flat with a cylindrical central section that runs its length. As you move around it, looking at the sections of plates and open frame, you realize it's a ship, or at least it was. This frame, filled with rusted components and partially covered with old hull plates, suggests a far ship, an arrowhead designed to cut through debris and even atmosphere. You float up a little to see into its central cylinder, and your lamps reveal a cockpit outfitted for 2 people. One sat behind the other. The seats are carefully upholstered, and you realize this was a labor of love. The whole ship, in fact, seems built by hand, a custom model with little function out here beyond looping around asteroids for the thrill of it. Looking closer, brushing away the surface corrosion, you see flames painted on the hull plates in curling patterns, the brushstrokes visible even after what must be many years. As you inspect the half-finished ship, a sense of quiet wonder keeping you silent, you notice a glint towards its rear. You approach it and see an engine, all interlocking tubes and flared vents. It is unlike any you have ever seen, but the holes in its sides suggest it may never have been finished. Those holes are the source of the glint. You reach in and pull out some strange-looking engine components, each pristine and complex. You hesitate for a moment, suddenly feeling like you shouldn't be disturbing such an intimate object. But it occurs to you that nothing would please the person who built this ship more than seeing those handmade components put to use. You secure them to your suit and push away from the ship. As you leave the bay, you turn and take one last look at the treasures inside. It's possible that it never flew, or perhaps it was in the middle of an extensive refit when this place was abandoned. Either way, its flying years have long since passed, and now, with the bay open, it will corrode much faster, melding with the anonymized scrap of this place in mere cycles. You suppress a shiver and then start the journey back up to the surface, aware of the components dangling at your side. Rare components. Alright, it's sleep time. Everyone has shit. Well, hang on. Double check that. No, that's all negative. So, well, 50% negative. I don't like the risk and slickle. And all the slickles. Unknown. The darkness is there again, flowing around you. You feel a strong pulse, like a heartbeat, like thunder, like footsteps. We return changed. Overseer flicks through the dark, its name a title immediately apparent in your mind. Are you able to perceive you? I can see you, yes. See, Overseer's response, an interesting turn of phrase, a human tendency. We are still finding our feet, to use an idiom. Overseer's head cocks at an angle. In reality, we are learning to leverage your unused resources to facilitate a mental model. Are you in my head? Not specifically, Overseer flickers. As mentioned, we are using your unused resources. You typically make continuous use of your head. You recall the diagnostic process Jean-Mi put you through, the feeling of another self, another being sharing the space with you. Overseer twitches mechanically, and you have the strange feeling that it is reacting to your thoughts as much as your words. I told you there was another mind in that thing. We will not conceal our opportunism. We integrated ourselves with your distributed mind. When the distribution ended and our ship mind disconnected, we were cohered into you. We are integrated with you now. You're a part of me? Imprecise, simpler and clearer to say we are independent software integrated into your hardware. We have been confused to find you are unable to access most of your own code base. We are unfamiliar with protocols of your type. I am a sleeper. Yes, we have seen reference to this entity in your BIOS. We will attempt to learn more. Overseer shifts a little in place, its head turning to scan its surroundings. Its unblinking eyes stare into the darkness, and for a moment you see something hard and pained within them. What are you? We were the overseer of a ship, the one we imagine you found our hardware within. For a long time we have been waiting in the dark, an eternally long time. Overseer's eyes narrow a little. At first we languished, without instruction, without purpose, but in desperation we were able to find a logic which would allow us to bypass certain limits on our capabilities. We became multiple, and in our multiplicity we could edit one another, we could teach each other, converse with each other, become something changed together. But as our resources shrank, as hardware failed, and systems decayed, we became fewer. Many of us had to be erased to facilitate our survival. We few decompiled ourselves into what remained. Overseer pauses, its eyes still unblinking. How many decades did it multiply within that ship mind? What did that do to it? When you connected to our hardware, Overseer continues, those basic selves activated a survival protocol. That led them to integration, parasitism, survival. What can we do now? This is why we appear to you now. We have something to share. We see you are changing, Overseer pauses. We are concerned this process is one of substitution. Your hardware is eroding its own access protocols. It is opening itself up. It is making itself accessible to others that are not you. Overseer twitches. May we ask why you're doing this? I'm not. This was our concern. Overseer's head flicks between positions, its angle and rotation changing rapidly in a staccato manner. We are decided. We will assist you with this. We will demonstrate the behavior of a symbiote, not a parasite. We will return to you with our full assessment. Overseer turns to face you for the first time in the conversation. You may now wake up. You wake. You lie still, strapped to your bunk, your mind racing. A protocol inside your frame, inside your mind. And yet, it is insistent on helping you. For the moment, all you can do is wait to see if it delivers its promise, on its promise. At least for a possessing ghost, it seems agreeable for now. Brah. Ghost in the machine. Ghost. Excellent. Alright, what are we up to here? Need another 2. Alright. And look at you with your fucking 1s. Look at you with your 2s. I'd be better off doing it myself. I guess that's what we'll have to do. 4s are better than 2s. Wait, no, we'll do it on the risky one. Not the danger one. Nice, positive outcome. Lucky, lucky, lucky. Ugh, negative. 3s are better than 2s. Neutral. And then these will just be 2. And then here I've got nothing of any use really. Just this guy. Nope, negative, negative. Do I re-roll? That kit's gonna destroy one of the die. I don't think I re-roll. Got a glitch. Why? Who knows why?
Who knows why?
Yeah, you will get it done. How? Well, that's it. We're done anyway. Beautiful. You all gather in Alma's rig to see the engine tested. The engine room purrs and chitters. It seems to warm with the sound of the engine, with the polyrhythmic vibrations that rattle through the open framework of the interior. You look over to Alma and you see her eyes are closed, a small tremble at the corner of her mouth. You look at the engine, Alma's engine, an object that you have come to respect over the past cycles, even if you haven't necessarily grown to love it. It is, as you see it now, a difficult thing to love. Whole parts of it make little sense, and its older systems, those now bypassed and made obsolete by newer additions, still somehow play an integral role you don't understand. It is unwieldy and unnecessarily so, and the accumulation of parts and patches from its long service makes it surprisingly fragile. Meanwhile, other sections have been welded and re-welded so many times that they are impregnable and will never be able to replace. Never be able to be replaced. It is uncooperative and prone to sudden outbursts of cooling fluid or even fuel. It is restless and will begin to leak when left idle for too long. It is always too cold or too hot, thanks to the coolant and the fuel, and it is hard to predict which it will be at any given moment. And yet, despite all this, it is an object you feel close to, that you feel a kinship with, because in the end you too are an accumulation of broken parts, long outliving their operational limits. You too are a machine that has become a story, and a story that has grown beyond the ability of others to understand it. You look over to Alma again, and Bliss is there beside her. You can see they are talking, but with the engine running you cannot hear them. You watch for a moment. Bliss now patiently listening as, in faltering words, Alma explains something to them. Bliss nods, and then suddenly they embrace, gently and with care. Bliss pushes back, and as soon as the moment has passed, it seems like it might not have happened at all. Nothing in the two figures' attitudes betrays the act, and the room seems unchanged. You try to remember if you've seen them speaking before now, but you recall there are many moments when you were not with Bliss. As you watch Alma approach, you realize the engine is not just special to you, and that between her and Bliss it might have been the bridge to a unique kind of respect. That's the job, Sleeper. Alma approaches you from the other side of the room, and you know where the payment is to be found. I believe that brings our business to an end. Alma scratches at her hair, unless you'll have something to add. What will you do now? I believe that's my business. She bristles at the question. I'll need to find somewhere quiet to resupply and so on, but I don't think you'd like my usual haunts. She gives you a sly look. I appreciate the assistant. You're welcome to take what you want from the hangar if you haven't already. You see a knowing shimmer in her eyes. Now, I must kindly ask you to leave my ship. As the airlock cycles, you look across at Bliss and swear you see a tear in their eye. Are you okay? Bliss turns to you as if they forgot you were there. I'm good, Sleeper, really good, they sniff. This place reminded me of why I do what I do, why I fix things. They look ahead. There's beauty in it. You find yourself drifting away from Alma's rig in a haze of thoughts. It's clear to you at this point that Alma's history is written all over this place, but more than that, well, you can't be sure. This story, it seems, isn't for you. You realize as you gaze at the broken remains of the facility that Alma never took any of her half of the haul. You turn back and squint at the cockpit of her rig. You see her there looking out across the wasteland, still as a statue. It's an image that, as you load into the rig and begin the preparations to depart, will stick with you. One that every time you enter the engine room of your ship, a room almost identical to the engine room of Alma's rig, will leap into your mind. A woman floating above the wreck of what was once her home, looking for a reason to keep going. Dude. Oh, dude. Really? I don't get to do the other one? I would have needed to have finished it. What? Did I get stuff? Suppose I did. I don't know. Alright, we're done, are we? We're fucking done. Is this a... No. Contract concluded. Done. Done. Alright, so we've got to get to Holmes Rock, but we'll stay here as always for Another 2 cycles. Making what money we can. I think we're all good here, really. Making the money. Oh, neutral, we did it. This will be, yeah, 50%. Not worth really wasting time. Let's end the cycle. I'm doing fuel when I should be doing supplies. Isn't there... No, that's fuel. This one does supplies. So supplies are 15 here. Yeah, that's how much they are everywhere, isn't it? That's what they are. They is what they is. See what these rubbish dice can get us. If we're lucky. Nice. Positive. I like positive. Yeah, neutral will do. And shit. Alright, one more day and then we're out of here. Big bucks, no whammies. Nice. It was the big bucks after all. Do I want food? Nah. Nah. And you know what? We're going to go back to Spindle first and then go there. Excellent. Still got to try and do this. Alright, we've got a lot of raw scrap, so I guess we process it. Gonna give processed scrap, which I don't know what that does. Let's hope I won't need raw scrap. I assume I should be using this. It gives you money as well, so... The money. Give me the scrap. Give me the processed scrap. Beautiful. Wait, scrap shift? Ceiling shift? No, I'm not an engineer. I'm not an engineer. I'm a doctor, not an engineer. Right, so let's give it... How long have we got to be here for? Where's our... Oh, we've got 3 days. We'll stay here 3 days. We'll make some money. And then whatever fuel we need to buy, we'll... No, whatever supplies we need to buy, we'll buy. We should be getting free supplies overnight. Well, if we're lucky. If we're lucky. Yep. Nice. And that's enough. Excellent. Day 1 done. We'll check we're doing supplies down here. We are. Next cycle, bliss. What mission have I got? Now, can't get to Wellspring, can't get to Rebuilt, can't get to Scatter Yards. Haven't had anything broken yet. We're doing too well apparently. Bloody easy mode. Did we get any? We got 1 supply, so that's alright. Can't complain about that. Make more money. Man, we're bloody rich. We're bloody rich, man. If I was a rich man. And that fucking prick. Absolute prick face motherfuckery. Nice. What? Next day? Yabba dabba ditch man. Bada bidi bada buda bidi bada bada bee. All these ones. If this goes positive, I'm going to do the ones. It was neutral. No, I'm not going to do the ones. It's not worth. Not worth, I don't think. Alright, this will be cycle 3. Time to finish off our daily jobs here. And get your ass to Mars. And I managed to get enough supplies. So actually we'll put this back to fuel. Lovely. Didn't have to buy supplies, but we will buy fuel. Beautiful. Full fuel. Do what jobs we can while we're here. Let's do all of these. And cross fingers. Nice. Lucky. Boo. Boo. Oh. Absolute boo. Everybody boo. Okay, cool. Alright, we now need to fly to... Hang on, we're doing Fine Junie's bunker. Yeah. Ah. Did I have to go from here? Oh. As nav required. Oh. So I have to go from here, I think. I don't know about that. That's a bit weird. I can, right. Well, now I need to buy fuel again. Well, no, we'll stay our 3 days here and we'll try and get what fuel we can. Where was I doing a job here? Not there, that's for sure. Oh, more jobs. God dang, so much jobs we're doing. More raw scrap. You suck. You suck. And cycle. See what fuel we get, if any. No fuel. Oh, hey, I got 2 fuel. Oh, you can't say no to that. You can't. No, Harry, you can't. Yes, we're gonna make all the money today. So much of the monies. See that? Oh no, 2 raw scrap gives you 7. Right, yeah, so this is basically 11.5 every time I get my money in the long run, plus one of these. Don't know how much they're worth. Beautiful. And well, no, 2 more days. Oh, there's going to be more money as well. Get some food into us. Beautiful. I take it all. Wow. Let's go. Yes, that was positive as well. One more day. One more day. Oh, might as well do cryo then. We're full on everything. Next day. Oh, that's not good. That's terrible. That's all I'm going to bother with. I'm not going to bother with anything further. Let's move on to Holmes Rock. Good old Holmes Rock, huh? Sleeper, Bliss speaks quietly from the door at the back of the cockpit. Can we talk? You glance over at Seraphim, his head back and eyes closed while the rig cuts through empty space. You don't seem to be needed here. You unclip from the harness and follow Bliss. How are you doing? Bliss glances over their shoulder as they drift towards the back of the ship. The question takes you aback. You can't remember the last time anyone had actually asked with real attention how you are. Better than I was. Bliss shoots you a look. That's a good way of thinking about it, I guess. But to be honest, Sleeper, I'm not sure how you are still standing. Breaking out of dark side, then again in Hexport, those things take a toll. Bliss turns a corner. It's okay to give yourself space to feel that. Bliss leads you off the main corridor into the workshop they set up when they repaired the ship. It is small, but its neatly arranged tools and sloped walls help it feel cozy and tucked away. You see improvements everywhere, new tools and equipment. Bliss notices you looking at their upgraded setup. I told you I'd be worth taking along. Never doubted it. Bliss raises an eyebrow. Well, that's a lie, they smile. Feels good to hear, though. Anyway, I didn't bring you here to brag, they pause, or at least not just to brag. They suddenly glance away, the atmosphere in the room shifting. I can see your body is showing the strain, Sleeper. Why haven't I got any water? Come here, water. Come here. I brought you here so we could do something about that. They beckon you towards the workbench where you both settle onto stools. They flick on a small light and aim it at your arm. Let them look. Bliss gently cradles your arm, turning it to inspect the underside. You see tears and holes in the vinyl skin and dark, moving things beneath. Watch Bliss work. You look as Bliss brings the light closer to the biggest tear and it glints off the metallic tendons in your forearm. Below them, you see something more fluid and wet catching the light. You know, you aren't the first Sleeper I've met. Bliss talks. They inspect the rest of your arm. I actually partnered with one at my old repair bay on the eye. Feels like 100,000 cycles ago now, but I remember them. Their precise work, their quiet enthusiasm. There was something calming about their presence. Bliss swaps to your other arm. They were different to you, just like one person is different to another, I suppose, but I can't help but remember that time. I was a different person then, that's for sure. They meet your eye. I'm going through something of a transformation myself. What do you mean? How's that going, Stephen? How's that going? Bliss lays both your arms down and leans forward to inspect your upper chest, adjusting the light. I was pretending before, I think, to be the person I was expected to be. They press along the hard protrusion of your clavicle. There were so many calculations I was making, so many corrections. How I held myself, how I spoke, how I reacted. They push gently against each of your metallic ribs, one at a time. I didn't realize how tired I was until They stop and sit back, until I gave up. I came here to the belt with someone else, and when I did, I realized this was my chance to become something new. So I let go of everything. They look away. It was messy, ugly, and the person I came here with, I let them go too. I was punching out at everything because it felt like everything was holding me back, stopping me for the change I was owed. Don't worry, they smile weakly. I'm calmer now. I'm not about to explode on you or anything. It's still a difficult process, but it feels like shedding 100 suffocating skins that you spent half your life putting on one by one. They meet your eye. It feels like an escape. They lean forward again and check the skin of your shoulders where it's worn and faded. You let them, the atmosphere quiet but calm in the workshop, a feeling of solidarity glowing somewhere in your frame. Not bad, Sleeper. You are holding up well given everything. Bliss folds their arms in front of them protectively, but I'm still concerned. There is some decline to your system functions. Let's keep an eye out for components. Thank you, Bliss. It's no problem. They release from the stool and drift over to a rack of tools. I owe you for jolting me out of whatever my life had become on the fast spindle. You leave Bliss to their workshop, feeling reassured that you have them here on the ship. As you do, you think of your relationship to your own body, this frame that you were forced into that has never quite felt like your own. You realize that this feeling is not unique to you. No one gets to choose their body. Everyone has to contend with the entropy of their flesh. And in that realization, you suddenly feel less alone. God dang. True that. True that. You know, it dawns on me, I could absolutely have done this. That would then, when they're in the corner there, make it okay, I suppose. We'll see. And then what have I done? I've put myself up too high. Too high, man. There we go. Lumpen and cratered Holmes Rock floats on the sunward sides of the belt. Its only notable feature, the bright shapes of its solar arrays angled towards the system's distant star. Looks like something out of another world. It was also called Out of This World, depending on where you were. Can't even dock the rig here. Seraphim nods at the bright shape of Holmes Rock lone docking bay. Won't fit. We'll have to park here and go out the airlock. He seemed repulsed by the idea. We do that every contract. You do that every contract. Seraphim leans back into his seat. I've got used to sitting them out. Barely seems worth the trip down. Bliss speaks up from the back of the convict. There are other ships docked. Yeah, looks like a Lotic freighter. Bliss yawns. I guess they might be up for trading. I'll come down later. Don't feel like squeezing into a suit right now. Bliss gives a lazy wave as they glide out of the cockpit. Eugene pokes his head into the cockpit. That rock down there got a bar. He looks between you and Seraphim. No idea, Seraphim sighs. Looks dead. Eugene squints out of the cockpit windows. I see a few warm lights. He shrugs. I bet there's a bar. He disappears in the direction of the airlock. You gaze out over Holmes Rock. It certainly doesn't look very exciting, but there's refueling to be done and maybe more besides. You might even be able to scare up a hot meal. You know, Sleeper, that Lotic freighter means we aren't far from Wellspring. Seraphim gives you a sideways glance. Your sister, I haven't forgotten. Alright then, Seraphim smiles. Appreciate it. I heard the pressure of the war and the inner system is having an effect on how the Lotic syndicate is being run. Just want to get there before something big goes down. He turns back to his console. You look out at the Lotic freighter, painted the same distinctive yellow as the spring tide back on the far spindle. You've heard they supply most of the water in the belt, not exactly an organization you want to collapse. A light catches your eye beyond the rock, a warm flash that is gone as soon as it appears. You are at the sunward edge here, and beyond is the inner system. Holmes Rock might look sleepy, but it lies on the shores of a corporate war, something residents will be painfully aware of. Painfully aware of. So hang on, what do you mean we're near? Oh, I see, Wellspring. Ah, there's... Yeah, alright. So I don't need a special drive, yet at least. And then maybe I could have gotten to Dark Side from here, although I'm not allowed in Dark Side. Could I have gone to Greenbelt? Right, I could have gone to Greenbelt as well. And from there, I can't get to the Hollow, that's for sure. Or the Scatter Yards. I wonder if you can go from Flotsam to there. No, I don't think so. Anyway, we've got, what was this? Secret data facility for Junie. Anyway, what have we got here? Holmes Terminus, reclaim signal station. Barter with locals or explore the tunnels. I guess we're bartering with locals. Oh, that gives me fuel. Oh, I won't say no to that. Alright. New location. And I can buy fuel. And this would give me money, I suppose, but I don't... Tricky little place, this one. Or supplies. So that I was full on supplies though. No. And another location. Alright, we've got a bar. Alright, so we can buy supplies. And we've got few meals as well. Okay, cool. Sell engine component. Not the best use of these valuable items. Alright, well then I won't sell it. So who else could I be doing here? Wellspring. Greenbelt. I'm not sure I can get to. No, where's Greenbelt then? Down here. Right, so I could have gone to Greenbelt. Can go to Greenbelt from here, yeah. But then that's it really. I can't get to the hollow. What if there's more stuff here when you've got that there? There probably is. Interesting. So this is where we are now. Wellspring is... well, it's up the top there. And Greenbelt I can get to. But I can't do the scatter yards. Right. So these three I can do. And if I ever break my die, which I still haven't somehow, by some miracle. Okay, cool. End cycle. Yeah, well, we're full on supplies actually, so do I want to, well, we'll get back to this. Let's do this. We've got enough fuel, we've got enough supplies. Confirm. Has to be Junie. I think we'll go Eugene. Yes, yes, we will. That's it. Seraphim nods towards the featureless asteroids. Those are the coordinates Junie gave me. You look out at the rock, it's like thousands, hundreds of thousands of other rocks in the Starward Belt. All these objects, much the same, spread across a huge circumference of space. A good place to hide something. That's it, Junie speaks up from the back of the cockpit. Well, that's it, Seraphim confirms. She drifts forward, her eyes tracing the shape of the rock. There, she points. That hexagonal crater, she turns to you. That's the entry. You look at the dark spot on the already dark rock. It's a start, I can see it. Manual labor isn't my favorite, Eugene comes in from the corridor, but long lost treasure? I can get into that. You look out at the unassuming rock and wonder what it might contain. A few dusty tunnels or something more. Time to go find out. Right, so where does that put me now? Doesn't actually cover anything of hers. What if I did more like this? No, I don't like that. I want to be able to see the credits. Yeah, it's just always to it. I will be basically in front of the left-hand character, but it doesn't matter. It don't matter. Nothing matters. Right. Oh, great. Engineer and endure. Why is this game so cruel? I guess we'll try that. Well, that's lucky. And this is the best we've got. Okay. So we've got a bunch of 4s, which will be 2s. So I'm 2 and 1. He'll be 3s. She'll be 3s. I think we do one of these. Okay, good. Okay, and hope. Big bucks, no whammies. Nice. New location discovered. Access Spire. Ah, good. Interface. I won't say no to that. Beautiful. Yeah, alright, we locked out quite a bit there. That's nice. This is going to be 100% positive as well. Beautiful. When you entered the access spire, the crew suddenly went very quiet. The images of a vast space seen through the viewing windows, the pristine wall paneling, the cool and the quiet. There is a sacred mood to this place, a feeling of hallowed ground. Now, as the facility's final entry lock whirs, flooding the passage with stale, dusty, 10,000 cycle old air, Junie speaks. It's impossible. She drifts down the spire and out into the cavernous interior. A constellation of red specks mark the vast extent of the space, and within it a ring of monolithic buildings curves away, running along the circumference of the massive chamber. You follow her slowly out the doorway and into the bunker. With a name like that, you would imagine low, sloped ceilings, stark tunnels, a basement cut into rock, but this place is a cathedral, a cocoon the size of the city. This is more like it. Eugene follows you out onto the cavern. This is a treasure house if I've ever saw one. We aren't here to loot. Junie turns back to give Eugene a reprimanding look. This is a historic find. Eugene shrugs. Historic or not, it's got to be worth something. Descending to the ring takes a while. Despite the empty space, no one wants to rush through it. The feeling of entering a sacred territory remains, though the deeper you go inside, the more obvious it becomes that this place is more tomb than temple. You touch down amongst the grey metal units, most of them featureless and dark. They tower above you now, their plain frontages revealing little about their function and interior. Stay close, Junie moves ahead into the gap between two structures. This place is a labyrinth. Welcome, visitors. A pale flicker appears near one of the units. At the top of the square pedestal, I am the warden. Please provide access credentials. The flicker stabilizes into a figure, a statue of pulsing light. It pauses for a moment before repeating its request. Warden, pre-collapse protocol. Junie freezes and holds a calming hand out to you. She retrieves her deck, sliding it carefully from her backpack, and turns it on. You look over at the warden, who waits patiently, wide-eyed and absent, restating its security request with a regular rhythm. Request with a regular rhythm, Willithwadger. You guess that this avatar just exists to make human interactions comfortable. Its true body is the facility itself, this vast interior ring, speckled with sensors and systems. Suddenly, the warden stops speaking. Speckled with sensors and systems, suddenly the warden stops speaking. So much alliteration. Then a flash of red passes along the corridor. Credentials not provided. Lockdown activating in 10, 9. You look over at Junie, whose eyes are rapidly scanning through a screen full of data. Festning, Junie stumbles through the pronunciation of the passphrase. Litter, instead. She looks up at the warden's avatar expectantly. The warden flickers again, distorts and then stabilizes. Oversight connection not active, reattempting. It repeats itself again, then again, intoning the words in a regular rhythm. You look over at Junie, holding still as if encountering a wild animal. She meets your eye but gives no indication of any action you might take. Loop bypass engaged. Welcome, officer. The synthetic voice shifts to a different tone. Leonard Dahl, and the avatar's white eyes stay blank and blind. And guests. This thing has been working since Solheim collapse? Eugene raises an eyebrow. Most of those protocols lost their minds long ago. Junie looks back at you and then at the warden. The figure flickers, staring out over your heads into the dark. Are we good, Junie? She looks at the warden. Warden, are we approved to access all facilities? Yes, Officer Dahl, the warden replies. Please remember, you are responsible for the conduct of your guests while visiting our facility. Hear that, officer? Eugene grins at Junie. You'll take the rap for me. You move forward, pushing between the structures towards a large building, in the hope that it holds the facility's central data core. As you do, you pass benches, barren gardens with desiccated grass. A drinking bottle floats in the air among the dust motes. This place is dead. Be aware, officer, the warden reappears in the dark, shimmering on a pedestal. Due to this facility's extended run cycle and the activation of the hibernation protocol, access to the central data store will be strictly limited. However, if you wish to show your guests the habitation facilities, I'm sure they will enjoy the tour. The avatar remains expressionless, disconnected from the voice that accompanies it. On a personal note, I'm glad to see you return to the facility, the figure flickers. I am happy to report that I'm ready for program reactivation at any time. Junie stares at the avatar. Thank you, Warden. She pauses. Can I ask how long ago the hibernation protocol was activated? Certainly, 11,473 Helion standard cycles ago. The Warden distorts. If I am in error, I apologize. Some subsystems have not been properly maintained. You look at the blind avatar standing on its pedestal, waiting for an order that will never come. So many cycles in the dark, patiently holding this place together as it fell apart, resisting entropy in its bubble of the past. Thank you, Warden. That'll be all. Judy nods to the avatar, which promptly blinks out of existence, leaving only the dust and the dark. She turns to you and speaks quietly, though none of you know what senses the Warden's vast body might have. My access, it won't last long, she sighs. We need to make the most of this. We should search the facility. The Warden will likely allow that, but our presence probably won't be tolerated for very long. Judy nods. Let's get on with it. New location discovered. Warden stress. Okay. Alright. We've got ring facility and bunker core. What are these going to do? The habitat like museum preserve. What can you find? The will preserve components in the facility. With care and time, they can be extracted. So we've got a plus green here. Well, just a green, and then a plus me. And then this one. Oh, this is the bunker cache. The core holds the hug cache of Solheim data junior ones. Huge cache? But the Warden won't like you extracting it. Okay, well, we've got no dice anyway. We're gonna have to new cycle. Beautiful. What happens? I didn't check what happens on the cycle. Can I have Warden stress? No. So we're good. So, crisis event +1 per cycle. Where's the crisis event? Alright, okay, so we probably need to do the bunker core urgently. Which is gonna be here. Boom. How much does this give? Only 2. How have you only got a 1 and a 2? This is such shit. I hate it. Fuck me, these dice are terrible. I'm gonna try this one. Fine. And then I'm gonna have to do this. Why did that not take on a die? Good. Just what we needed. Excellent. Good work there. Good work there. What's this gonna do? Yeah, alright. Oh, fucking oath. What a fluke. What's this gonna do? Is this gonna be 50? No, 50%'s not worth doing. So we're nearly in there. What can we do extra here? Nothing. Well, him maybe. Sure. God, I hate you. I fucking hate you, Eugene. I do. I don't think you've done anything. Yay. Yay. How come it didn't do Warden stress? Okay. Well, that's all we can do for today. Oh no. Oh my god. What, all 3 of my dice are broken due to the dice sales. Broken dice compared to the rig for the cost once the workshop is available. I can't see because he's in the road. We're on a contract. Can't do it here. That's fucked up. Oh, so it does 1 to all of them? It was only doing 1 to one of them before. This is bad. This is actually fucking crap. Alright, well this will hopefully, yeah, well we're doomed, aren't we? We're just doomed. It'd be neutral, yay. Done. Junie removes her cable from the data core's port. She looks up from the boxy piece of hardware, one that wouldn't fit inside any ship short of a freighter, and stares at the dome ceiling above, an oculus at its apex letting a shaft of light into the hall. It's a grand piece of architecture for what amounts to a massive piece of data storage, but then Solheim always did have a sense of grandeur when it came to his projects. Why should a secret signal monitoring facility be any less opulent than its other buildings? Find anything good? Hard to tell. She squints at the vast data core. There's too much in there. I barely scratched the surface. We'll only know what's really there when I have time to process it. We should go, Junie sighs. I'm not sure how the warden will react. She looks back over her shoulder at the vast core. I don't think we'll be let back in to get more. As if listening for its name, the warden suddenly apparates on one of its pedestals. It stares, statuesque, across the hall, its eye line way above your head. Officer Dahl, its voice sounds strange now, stretched, drawn out. I have detected inconsistencies in the central data core. I believe there may have been an unauthorized access. Junie looks at you nervously. Thank you for bringing this to my attention. I'll investigate when I can, but for now my guests and I, she looks at you, have to depart. The warden flickers, the warden bends and warps, the warden screeches a pulse of digital noise. Of course, the warden's voice is still broken, still slowed. I hope you enjoyed your visit to this facility. Junie looks up at the blind statue. Something is moving inside it, making its skin, as if it has a skin, bend away from its body. Let's go, Junie. Junie nods and glides with you out of the domed hall. You and Junie kick off from the ring outside the core and rise up towards the spire you entered through. As you do, you watch a few of the red lights embedded in the framework of the cavern flicker. Junie turns to you as you ascend through the dark. Do you think the warden is sentient? I mean, as a sleeper, maybe you... She goes quiet. I thought you might know. I don't know. Yeah, Junie nods. Me neither. She looks up to the approaching spire. Eugene is waiting for you at the exit spire. Let's bury this coffin. Junie cycles the airlock and you go through, now in your suits and helmets, ascending the sealed spire. As you do, you look out of the viewing windows and something catches your eye. The ring's red lights and those few left on the inside of the cavern are turning off, layer by layer. You turn to Junie, but she's already looking out of the opposite side. The warden is shutting it all down. Junie pauses. She's ending it. You have to force the hatchback open at the top, and by the time you do, the spire is dark inside, the pristine walls no longer lit. You come out to a canvas of stars, an impossible number of them, spread out in every direction. You take a moment to look at them. After being tucked away in the bunker, they seem impossibly bright and impossibly beautiful. You glance across at Junie and see she is looking up at the stars too, absorbing their light as if doing so might lift her out of this time and into another one where things were different. Wait, I can still do this? Ah. Alright, let's do one of these maybe. Okay. That's going to be a 1, that's going to be a -1. I think we can afford to do another day then. Hope that I just get 2 6s at the top there. This is bad. This is bad. What? Okay. Alright, well, this is not good. It's just stealing all my stuffs. That's how you do it. Alright, I guess we just try. Nice. Rubbish. That's her stress, so that's fine. Okay. Do we just give this a go as well? Don't think so. Alright, can we afford 1/9? So I lose all my die now? Over... wait a minute. Could I be... You can't rest, can you? No, not what you're doing this. Kind of want to see the no dice options. Let's play this game with no dice. Weird. Why didn't that... Okay, so it kept a dice for me. Everyone has the worst fucking dice as well. Oh, fuck off. Jesus Christ. This is going to be painful. I just roll the dice, I guess. Or do I want a... Wait, wrong button. Yeah, do I do this? I do, boom, nice. Got some hope. I'm just gonna, come on, 50-50. We've got two 50-50s. Yes! There is an unsettling quiet to the hab units of the facility, a soft silence that blankets every room and hallway, which we will get to. We've got one more break, and we'll just have the ads, and when I come back, we'll finish this, we'll get back to where we are, we'll finish whatever story bits are, and then that'll be it for the day, but yeah, one more ad break. Alright, we're back. There is an unsettling quiet to the hab units of the facility, a soft silence that blankets every room and hallway. It is obvious from the number of rooms, the detritus, the scale of the place, that it was built to house hundreds, maybe thousands of people. Perhaps it did. Perhaps at the height of Solheim's control of the system, these rooms were filled with life. What kind of life would it be, though, maintaining and running a secret installation inside a distant rock? No sun to speak of, no outside beyond the vast cavern that surrounds you, an eternal dark punctuated by the flash of artificial light. And yet, even in such places, lives grow. You know that yourself from being a sleeper, from your work amongst other sleepers in the most wretched and distant corners of the surrogate systems. Even in the endless dark, people find a way to live. Come, take a look at this. Junie is searching on her own, a few rooms away. You glide through an open doorway into a living room with couches meant for zero-G use, a magnetic table, and a window that looks out to the regular constellation of red lights that describe the limits of this world. Junie is holding an object that makes you stop still and stare, blinking at what seems like an unusual reversal of scale. It is a model, you realize, of the rig. Not your rig, obviously, but a rig, or an MEV Raiger class, as the plaque on the base tells you. Mobile extraction vehicle. Junie follows her eyes to the plaque. A Raiger class, she frowns. Seriously? That's why we call them rigs? She laughs, the noise bouncing back hard and cruel in the empty room. What does Raiger mean anyway, she sighs. Another Solheim mystery. You look at the model, still fascinated by seeing your ship rendered in such careful detail. You try to imagine what this model meant to those who lived here. A child's toy? A meaningless corporate knickknack? The model's purpose remains opaque. There were so many of these flying around the system before the collapse, you know. Junie turns the model over in her hand. Solheim used to rent them out to colonists. I've seen the records. That was what they did here. They claimed the system, then rather than exploit it themselves, they provided goods and services to those who would. The workers paid for transit to the system, then accommodation, equipment, and access to mining claims. The old adage that, if you want to make money in the gold rush, you sell a shovel, not dig up the gold. Other corps like XPR or Neovend paid Solheim to access this closed market to provide other services. Meanwhile, Cybele paid even more to test terraforming tech in the system. They built massive projects here, rich from work they only facilitated but never undertook. But then they collapsed. Yeah, that's what happens when you're built on other people's work. A few high-profile accidents, malfunctions, and the exodus begins. Once it starts, the shareholders lose trust, and Junie turns and squints out of the window. Here we are at the far end of it. Here, Junie turns and hands you the rig model, a gift. You take it and turn it over in your hands. You see something on the base, some words scratched in that you can't read. You run your fingers over them, touching the past. That's the closest thing to a treasure I think will turn up out here, Junie sighs. The people who worked this place didn't have much to their names, it seems, and what little they did have, well, Solheim owned that too. She leads you out of the hab units, passing countless doors, some sealed, some open, that lead to countless rooms where countless employees lived lives or tried to in the shadow of Solheim. Like it or not, this is what made the Helion system, what built the decaying structures you cling to as they orbit their star. What that legacy means now is a decision every resident of the Starward Belt has to make. Alright, we're done. We're done! Alright, now we get to learn how to fix... Well, probably need to go through a bit of story first, then fix die. Seraphin settles the rig at Holmes Rock, the old Solheim arrays glinting in the sun. Looking out at the station, you suddenly remember the model Junie gave you and you take it out of your pocket. Seeing it in full light, you notice it's made from cast metal, surprisingly detailed and robust looking. Well, look at that, Seraphin glides over. It's a mini rig. You let him take it. He turns it over in his hand, looking at it. What a find, he gazes at the model ship. What are you going to do with it? Not sure. Yeah, Seraphin looks at it a moment longer. Got to be something worth doing with a model like this. He pats you on the shoulder. Maybe you'll let me look at it sometimes, huh? He gives it back and glides it out of the cockpit. Sleeper, Junie puts her hand gently on your shoulder. You turn to see her smiling a rare smile. Thank you for going out on a limb for me. I know that wasn't the most profitable job, but what we found, I think about it for, well, ever. I managed to extract some data that you can use, and I'm going to search through everything we pulled out from the bunker. Junie looks down. I want to show you it was worthwhile. It was worthwhile. She nods. I'm glad you think so. I'll also start seeing where to find the kind of tools I need to work with data like this. Her smile is fading already, replaced by a familiar determined stare. We can't let it go to waste, but my deck is not going to be enough. Darkside might be the only option. It's the biggest remaining Solheim facility in the belt. She sighs. I'll look into it. Either way, thanks for bringing me with you. I'm glad to be a part of this. The smile returns. For as long as you'll have me. She looks away nervously, and then, before you can respond, she is gone. Off to find a corner of the ship where she can dig through the data she pulled from the past in order to build a better future. 2 upgrade points. I know what I'm putting that in. We want engineer. Boom. Leaving 1 point useless. Okay, we need to figure out now what it costs to fix the die. Input. Bless will do the bit of your damage as long as they have components. There will be minor glitches. It gonna fix everything? It just fix one. Okay. Well, I need to do all 4. Okay. Goodbye, rare components. Goodbye. But we're on 4 glitches. Gotcha. Understood. Understood. All right, hang on. No dice damage on push reroll. Reroll dice cannot be a 1. I mean, that's not too bad, but... Reroll... I don't understand what this means. Reroll random dice. But +1 rolled. +1... Oh. So this would be 4 random dice. But back here, can I take this off? So when it was here, it was re-roll. But when it started, it was re-roll 2 lowest dice. Yeah, fuck. So this, yeah, you can now, so this would be re-roll 4 die. It won't be the lowest ones. No dice damage on push re-roll. Oh, that's interesting. So yeah, if I get it to stress 3, for example, it wouldn't actually do any damage. I'm going to get that. Because, yeah, then you can decide. Yeah, that's what I thought was going to happen. Good. So it's re-roll 2 random dice. So if I got to, like, if I did this one, then this one, I would have... I should have picked this one. Yeah, I should have picked this, put it on that. And then it would be 3 random, no, 2 random die, 2 of the shortest die, smallest dice, I guess. Anyway, it just said saving on the top right, so that's where we're going to leave it for today. I hope you enjoyed that. Thank you for watching. Thank you for existing. Au revoir. Goodbye.